Chapter 3799. When the laughter came to an end, the demonic chi that filled the sky also rapidly shrank, causing the huge figure to become even more solid. I have never seen someone like you who dares to speak such arrogant words in front of this king. Yang Kai coldly replied, "It's not too late to see it now." Mo Sheng smiled gently, his huge eyes sizing up Yang Kai from thousands of kilometers away before gently nodding. "Not bad, Yang Kai, if you want to live. This king advises you not to make a move, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If you were at your peak, I would naturally not be your opponent, but now, how much of your strength can you display at your peak?" Mo Sheng was slightly pained as he said earnestly, "Don't be so stubborn. Enough nonsense, since you don't want to retreat, you can stay here forever," Yang Kai angrily shouted as he pushed his hands outwards, as if he was pushing an invisible door. Following this action, the pure land that had already spread to a radius of 1,000,000 square meters suddenly expanded outwards, more than doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast, as if it could restore the entire star boundary in a single breath. "Idiot!" Mo Sheng slowly shook his head, a touch of anger appearing on his huge face as he lost interest in continuing to communicate with Yang Kai. Raising his two palms that seemed to cover the sky, he gently hugged them. The expanding pure land suddenly came to a halt, and even Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan as he gritted his teeth and desperately urged his world energy. As the only great emperors in this world, he could clearly feel that following Mo Sheng's careless action, his own world energy was instantly suppressed. The expanding pure land actually showed signs of being compressed back into its original size. Yang Kai was shocked. Was this the power of the great demon god? And the huge figure in front of him was only condensed from the boundless demonic chi, so it could not be considered the great demon god's true body. In other words, it could not display the great demon god's full strength. If a figure condensed from the demonic chi could do this, then how mighty was the great demon god at his peak? How unfathomable were the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who could shatter his body? And the person who had severely injured the great demon god in the beginning? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Open!" Tao and the will of the world, the only remaining great emperors of the star boundary and the great demon god's battlefield, colliding with the great demon god. No one was able to observe the details of this battle, but as time passed, huge spatial cracks appeared one after another. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear the burden and was about to collapse at any moment. Everyone's face, a battle of this level had even surpassed the battle of life and death between Yang Kai and Can Yi, reaching a level that they could not understand. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Can Yi was fierce, at the very least, they were able to see and get a general idea of what was going on. However, in this fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, no one knew what had happened, so they naturally didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. But looking at Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that Yang Kai was definitely under unimaginable pressure. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared in the void. They were like pitch-black pythons swimming in the heavens and earth, making people feel uneasy and terrified. The demon land made a comeback, and Yang Kai's previous hard work turned into nothing bit by bit. 2 hours later, the demonic chi that had retreated gathered again in everyone's field of vision, and slowly pressed towards the high heaven palace. Kai Yang's body trembled violently, and from time to time, a burst of explosive sounds could be heard from his body, followed by a bloody mist. His entire face was pale to the extreme. Zhu Yang and Fu Sui looked at each other. The husband and wife did not need to say anything. Their hearts were connected, and they soared into the sky, turning into two huge dragons that charged towards the east. They did not know if they could return safely, but they had no time to care about other things now. Although Yang Kai already had the power of great emperors, he had just advanced, after all. Moreover, he had fought a great battle with Can Yi before, and had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the great demon god, and it looked like he was about to lose, and the only ones who could help him now were the husband and wife. "Although there were millions of people, I will go, and I will not relapse." The two great elders of the dragon race took the initiative to meet the attack. Dragon roars rang out as the azure dragon and the white dragon tangled with each other. Their auras merged, and their auras rose madly. However, before they could approach the body of the great demon god's demonic chi, 3 figures came up to meet them. It was Xue Li and the others who had retreated earlier. They were all old rivals, and as soon as they met, they did not say anything and fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time was different from the past. Zhu Yang and Fu Sui knew that time was of the essence, and they did not have the time to tangle with Xue Li and the others, so they fought as if they were not afraid of death. This shocked Xue Li and the others, and they instantly fell into a disadvantage. However, they could not break through the defense of Xue Li and the others, so it was useless. The life or death of the star boundary will be decided at this moment. Everyone, please follow me into battle, Li Wui shouted in a low voice, and his figure flickered as he rushed out. The 2 great elders of the dragon race were blocked, so the only ones who could contribute were the fake emperors. Even if they were ants trying to shake a tree, they had to bite off a piece of the other party's flesh before they died. The solemn atmosphere was filled with the unity of the people. The high-end forces of the entire star boundary were completely twisted into a rope at this moment. Following closely behind Li Wui, all the fake emperors who still had the strength to fight moved out, and none of them stayed. Even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui followed closely behind on the flowing time temple. What welcomed them was the many half-saint of the demon race. The great battle began again. It had been less than half a day since the last battle to the death, but in the sky, the battles were in full swing. So, you're not that powerful. Yang Kai stared deeply at Mo Sheng, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a faint smile. If Mo Sheng really had the strength to fight, how could he command the experts of the demon race to meet the enemy? With his strength, he could easily kill many fake emperors of the star boundary on the spot. But in fact, after seeing the fake emperors of the star boundary rush over, the ones to fight were the half-saint. This undoubtedly showed that Mo Sheng had no time to care about other things at this moment. Of course, this could also be related to his injuries. The reason why the demon race invaded the star boundary was so that he could devour the star boundary's spiritual energy to recover. Now that the star boundary was still preserved, his injuries should not be completely healed. What's more, at this moment, he was just a body condensed from demonic chi, not a physical body at all. It's more than enough to deal with you. Mo Sheng smiled indifferently, unmoved. Kachacha. The world continued to buzz and tremble. Every corner of the star boundary felt like the world was falling apart. The Pure Land's range was constantly being suppressed, while the Demon Land continued to expand. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Although he struggled to hold on in the sky, he was on the verge of collapse. He was not a match. He could not match Mo Sheng's strength at all by himself. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be defeated in less than an hour. At that time, the star boundary would definitely cease to exist. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. But at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. An unfamiliar consciousness suddenly woke up, and as this consciousness woke up, an indifferent voice suddenly came from somewhere in the east. Who is it that is disturbing this queen's slumber? The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The expressions of everyone who was fighting changed, and they looked towards the east in bewilderment. Yang Kai was also looking in that direction, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although it was just a sentence without the slightest trace of power, he could feel an enormous majesty from it. It was as if a pair of lofty eyes had opened, silently watching all living things. And the strength of the owner of this pair of eyes was definitely unfathomable. But how was this possible? Currently, in the entire star boundary, besides him, only the 2 elders from the dragon race possessed the strength of the great emperors, so when did such a terrifying existence appear in the star boundary? Even he had not noticed it. One had to know that he was now one of the great emperors and possessed the will of the world. With a single thought, nothing in this world could escape his perception, but before this voice sounded, he had not noticed it at all. Even if it was because he was focusing all of his attention on dealing with the great demon god, it was still inconceivable. What surprised him the most though was that this voice belonged to a woman. It was indifferent, ethereal, and a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the huge body of the great demon god, who was confronting him, suddenly trembled and a trace of anger appeared on the giant face that had always been smiling as he roared, "This aura, it's you." A roar rolling across the heavens and earth resounded. Boundless anger swept out from the huge body, making all the living beings in the world feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano. The volcano seemed to be able to erupt with blazing flames at any time. "Why are you here?" the great demon god questioned, but soon frowned again. "No, it's not you, you are." A thoughtful look appeared on the giant face, but it soon relaxed. "So that's how it is, ha ha ha, so you didn't have a good ending either." "Good, very good." Following his laughter, a pair of giant eyes suddenly opened in the eastern sky. The owner of these giant eyes was tens of thousands of kilometers away, but after glancing at the great demon god indifferently, the ethereal voice suddenly sounded again, "Mo Sheng." Although the giant eyes were large, the pupils were clear and it was clear that they belonged to a woman, and a woman with such a pair of eyes was definitely a person who could turn all living beings upside down. She actually recognized Mo Sheng, and from what Mo Sheng had said before, it was clear that he was no stranger to this woman. The great demon god roared, "Is this king's name something the likes of you can call? It would be more appropriate if it were your ancestor. You're actually still alive. Scram." Mo Sheng shouted angrily as he raised his hand and punched the giant eyes in the sky. Under the violent force of his demonic chi, the giant eyes were instantly smashed to pieces. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Chapter 3800. When he heard that voice earlier, Yang Kai felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, when the pair of giant eyes appeared in the sky, he immediately remembered. He had seen this pair of eyes countless times, but at that time, they were more shy and timid. Now, after so many years, these beautiful eyes were full of confidence and strength. "Ruoshi," Yang Kai murmured. "Yes, that's right. That voice, those eyes, they were so familiar now. Who else could it be but Zhong Ruoshi? And Zhong Ruoshi was in the Blood Gate in the Eastern Territory. Is she finally coming out of seclusion?" Yang Kai looked to the east with a burning gaze. It had been decades since Zhong Ruoshi entered the Blood Gate, but there had been no movement from it. Just a few years ago, when he went to the Demon Territory for the last time, there was finally some change in the Blood Gate. He planned to stay there and wait for the Blood Gate to open again, but the plan changed at the last minute and he could only set off to become the demon race's territory. When he returned, he was engaged in continuous battles, followed by the Great Tao struggle. He had no time to spare, nor did he have the time to investigate the situation in the Blood Gate. Before he left, he told Li Wuyi that the Blood Gate was very likely to open again and asked him to always pay attention to the situation there. Today, Zhong Ruoshi sent him a voice transmission. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with Zhong Ruoshi and whether the Blood Gate had opened or not, but judging from her words earlier, it was very likely that Zhong Ruoshi was awakened by the battle between him and Mo Sheng. It was no wonder. Today's battle involved the survival of the star boundary and shook the foundation of the entire world. Although the Blood Gate was the Heaven's punishment palace and formed its own world, it, like other small worlds, was dependent on the star boundary. The entire star boundary was in turmoil, so how could the Blood Gate be safe and sound? Zhong Ruoshi, who had been in the Blood Gate all this time, was bound to be disturbed, so it wasn't surprising that she woke up. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that Zhong Ruoshi actually recognized Mo Sheng. Just now, she had called out Mo Sheng's name, and Mo Sheng's previous words were also very interesting. He seemed to know Zhong Ruoshi's ancestor. The great master known as Tianxing Zhong Ruoshi being able to recognize Mo Sheng should have something to do with the Heaven's punishment inheritance she had inherited from her ancestors. But how did Mo Sheng and Tianxing know each other? Could it be that these two were experts from the same era? Or perhaps they all came from outside the universe? Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled a story that Mo Sheng's clone had told him in the ancient battlefield. In this story, Mo Sheng suffered 2 serious injuries, the second of which was related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In that battle, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor perished, ending in tragedy. Mo Sheng's body was destroyed and he had no choice but to recuperate. It was because of this second injury that he began to scheme for the star boundary's power. As for who was the one who injured him the first time, Mo Sheng did not say, only that it was a woman. Now that he thought about it, could that woman be Tianxing? Thinking of this, Yang Kai trembled. If this was the case, then he had underestimated Tianxing's strength all this time. He was a peerless master who had once seriously injured the great demon god. Although he was also seriously injured, he was at least on the same level as the great demon god. If things were really as Yang Kai thought, then after the battle between Tianxing and Mo Sheng went to the unmatched realm to recuperate while Tianxing wandered to the star boundary, leaving behind a great reputation and a bloodline that had been passed down for thousands of years. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In the memories of the many divine spirits, Tianxing had also appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of this powerhouse's growth before, but one day, he had suddenly appeared and awed the universe in an extremely distant era, his name spreading far and wide. If she really came from outside the universe, then everything made sense. Ha ha ha. Mo Sheng laughed heartily, his laughter rumbling like thunder. Good, very good. Today, this king is actually able to meet the descendant of an old friend here. The heavens truly have eyes. Little girl, please wait a moment while this king finishes dealing with the matters here. Once this king is done, he will go and see if you still have the demeanor of your ancestor. Saying so, Mo Sheng's huge body shook violently and Yang Kai felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel powerless to resist, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, "Sir, can you hold on a little longer?" "Ruoshi?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Please hold on for half an hour, sir. Ruoshi will come to help you. Take your time, it won't be too late to dress up and dress up." Yang Kai laughed, feeling extremely happy. Not only because he heard Zhong Ruoshi's voice again after so many years, but also because his previous worries had not come true. Even though Zhong Ruoshi had obtained the Tianxing inheritance, she had not changed much. Hearing her call him so reminded him of the timid little girl who had always been by his side. While speaking, he once again mobilized the power of the world to resist the boundless demonic qi. Zhong Ruoshi smiled lightly, seeing Sir so energetic. Ruoshi is relieved. At this point, there was no sound, probably because she was busy with something and had no time to divert her attention. Half an hour. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had the help of the two elders and many fake emperors from the dragon race, he had always felt like he was fighting alone in this heaven and earth battlefield. Now, he finally had Zhong Ruoshi. Although he did not know how strong she would be after she came out of seclusion, judging from the pair of beautiful eyes that appeared in the sky just now, Zhong Ruoshi's current strength should not be inferior to his own. It was worthy of the bloodline inheritance that could severely injure the great demon god in his prime. In such a short time, it had caused such a huge change to the ignorant little girl. It's just half an hour, I have to hold on even if I have to die. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase sharply. While desperately resisting, he could not help but say coldly, "Mo Sheng, you're in a hurry." From the pressure coming from all directions, Yang Kai could feel Mo Sheng's eagerness. He seemed to be a little impatient to devour the last pure land of the star boundary and swallow the last bit of spirit energy. This made Yang Kai not surprised but delighted. Mo Sheng's attitude undoubtedly showed that he was extremely afraid of Zhong Ruoshi, otherwise, he would not have acted like this. Mo Sheng coldly snorted and did not answer, no longer as calm as before, which made Yang Kai even more certain of his guess. Zhong Ruoshi now has the power to threaten me. This power is at least on par with my current strength. But even if he knew this, Yang Kai could not use it to his advantage. The only thing he could do now was to hold on. As long as he waited for Zhong Ruoshi to come out of seclusion, the two of them might be able to defeat Mo Sheng. At this moment, Yang Kai's face changed. The defense he had worked so hard to resist showed signs of collapsing, which shocked him greatly. After a brief perception, his face sank. Currently, he was the only great emperor in the star boundary and could mobilize the power of the entire world. But at that moment, he suddenly found that his control over the world had become much weaker, as if another force had shared his control over the world. It was also at that moment that he faintly perceived the auras of the other 7 missing great emperors. He had once felt the auras of these 7 great emperors and knew that they were trapped in an inexplicable space, unable to escape. But since that time, he had not sensed them again, let alone know where they were trapped. But just now, that feeling was extremely clear. He even had some clues about where they were. If it was any other time, he might be able to find the whereabouts of the great emperors by following the clues to find the melon. But at this time, Yang Kai did not have the time to investigate this. The weakening of his control over the world force had led to his resistance against the great demon god becoming weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the great demon god seemed to have borrowed the world force to form a huge suppression on him. "What did you do?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. Mo Sheng grinned. "Why don't you take a guess?" "Bastard." Yang Kai cursed. Although he did not know what method Mo Sheng had used, he was certain that the change in the world force was related to the other 7 great emperors. Mo Sheng seemed to be able to take away their control of the world force and use it to suppress him. While the two of them were conversing, Zhong Wuhan sat cross-legged in an unknown space. His face was ashen as he stared at Huang Wuji. The two of them were less than a meter apart. At this moment, a withered hand was stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest. The hand exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Although it was an inanimate object, it still caused Zhong Wuhan's expression to change. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the owner of this hand was when he was alive. That hand was not stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest, but Huang Wuji himself. The hand swallowed the blood, and Huang Wuji's aura rose steadily until it reached a level that even Zhong Wuhen had to look up to. At this moment, the number 1 demon saint in the demon territory was forming a seal with both hands and pointing a finger at Zhong Wuhen. It was unknown what kind of strange secret technique he was using, but Zhong Wuhen could clearly feel a mysterious power being extracted from his body. That power was the will of the heavens and earth that the heavens and earth had blessed him. By relying on the will of heaven and earth, he was blessed with boundless fortune and could manipulate the mighty power of heaven and earth for his own use. At this moment, Zhong Wuhen asked the same question as Yang Kai. "What did you do?" Huang Wuji's face was twisted, and his body trembled as if he was enduring great pain. "Don't worry. Soon, the demon god master will end all of this." "The great demon god?" Zhong Wuhen gritted his teeth and asked. The two of them had been trapped here for many years, so naturally, they had communicated with each other. It was also from Huang Wuji that Zhong Wuhen learned of the great demon god's existence and some of the schemes in the demon territory. "That's right. The demon god master will be resurrected soon, and all of you will become sacrifices to the demon god master." Huang Wuji's face showed a trace of morbid fanaticism, as if he was willing to sacrifice everything for the great demon god. Chapter 3801. Zhong Wuhen looked at him with pity. "I'm afraid this includes you as well." Although he didn't know what this secret technique was or why it could take away the world's will from his body, how could Zhong Wuhen not see that using this secret technique required a huge price? Just like the price of trapping him here, Endless Desolate had also been unable to move all these years. The severed hand was inserted into Endless Desolate's chest and was constantly absorbing his blood essence. It wouldn't be long before Endless Desolate's strength plummeted. At that time, whether or not he could maintain his cultivation as a demon saint would be a question. And all of this was to take away the world's will from his body. If his situation was like this, then the other people's situation wouldn't be much better. After being trapped here for several years, Zhong Wuhen had no understanding of Star Boundary's current situation, but judging from Endless Desolate's attitude, Star Boundary should have reached a critical moment of life and death. Feeling anxious, Zhong Wuhen wanted to break free from his shackles, but he was powerless, so he couldn't help but grit his teeth and stare at Endless Desolate. "Don't waste your energy. Although it's a pity I couldn't kill you with my own hands, this ending isn't bad." "You?" Zhong Wuhen's face was full of ridicule. "Do you have the ability?" Endless Desolate slowly shook his head. "It's too late to say anything now." He closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. "Hey, found it." At this moment, a burst of low laughter suddenly rang out, clearly entering Zhong Wu Hen and Endless Desolate's ears. When the laughter stopped, Zhong Wu Hen revealed a strange expression, thinking that he had misheard. Endless Desolate's expression changed. Who is it? Even though he was a demon saint, Endless Desolate had a look of panic on his face at this moment, because this inexplicable space was created by the demon god master himself, specifically designed to imprison the great emperors of Star Boundary. After so many years, only he and Zhong Wu Hen had been here, so how could a third person have discovered it? The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. Immediately after, a crack suddenly appeared on the boundary wall of this strange space. Two large hands stretched out from the crack and exerted force on both sides. The boundary wall was torn apart like silk and rapidly expanded. Under Huang Wuji's incredulous gaze, a figure flashed into the crack, glanced around with a smile, and then looked at Zhong Wu Hen with a mocking expression. "You don't look good." Zhong Wu Hen's eyes twitched. He frowned and said, "Hong Chen?" Standing in front of him was a ruddy old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Who else could this old man be but Duan Hong Chen? The newcomer grinned. "I've already killed that old man." Zhong Wu Hen's face darkened. "Wukong. You're Wukong?" Huang Wuji's face also changed. He had obviously heard of this terrifying existence who had once single-handedly destroyed 4 great emperors, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Like a lunatic, Wu Kuang rubbed his chin and looked at Zhong Wu Hen with a malicious expression. Then, he looked at Desolate Wuji and said with a sinister smile, "Let me think, which one did I eat first? This king's heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique is already thirsting for blood." "How dare you!" Zhong Wu Hen shouted angrily. Huang Wuji also had a bitter expression. Since he knew Wukong, he naturally knew the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique. This was the most terrifying battle technique in the entire Star Boundary. Wukong was able to make a name for himself in the Battle of Great Emperors because of this battle technique. But now, both he and Zhong Wu Hen were trapped here and couldn't move at will, so when facing Wukong, they couldn't resist at all. He couldn't figure out how this person could jump out at such a critical moment. Not only could he not figure it out, but Zhong Wu Hen also couldn't figure it out. Ever since the Battle of Dragon Island, Wukong had fled from the Dragon Temple to the Planar Star territory and disappeared without a trace. Later, he learned from Yang Kai that Wukong had entered the ancestral territory and was plotting something. If it weren't for his and Duan Hong Chen's souls sharing the same body, Zhong Wu Hen would have already killed his way into the ancestral territory to find trouble with him. It was because of Duan Hong Chen that Zhong Wu Hen was somewhat hesitant to act. He never thought that after so many years, he would actually be nurturing a tiger. At this moment, the aura exuding from Wukong's body was extremely tyrannical, reaching the level of the Great Emperors. Although it was not at the peak of the Battle of Great Emperors, it was not much worse. The battle tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were indeed amazing. One must know that Duan Hong Chen had also severed his own cultivation and entered the Shattered Star Sea in the Third Order Dao Source realm. It had only been a few years, but he had completely recovered. Stop fooling around, saving people is more important. While speaking, Wukong's expression changed again and became solemn. Even the voice coming out of his mouth had some subtle changes. Zhong Wu Hen's eyes flashed and he grinned. This was the Duan Hong Chen he knew. As for what Wukong said before about being killed, it was pure nonsense. It seemed that old Duan and Wukong had been sharing the same body for many years, and it was hard to imagine that they could live in harmony with each other. "How did you find this place?" Huang Wuji gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Duan Hong Chen glanced at him indifferently and said, "This king is also one of the great emperors, so why couldn't I find this place? The great demon god wanted to borrow the power of the 7 great emperors to suppress Yang Kai, so he was bound to reveal some flaws. Although this inexplicable space was hidden, as long as there was a flaw, Duan Hong Chen would be able to follow it to the melon. What Yang Kai didn't have time to do, he could quietly do, and all of this was not even noticed by Mo Sheng. At this moment, all of Mo Sheng's attention was focused on Yang Kai. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him first, Wukong grinned. Zhong Wu Hen said, "You can't kill him. If he dies, I die too. The secret technique had closely linked his life force with Huang Wuji's, so at this moment, both of them were injured. Hearing this, Wukong frowned and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Just as he finished speaking, he angrily said, I know, don't be so long-winded. This king's head hurts, so let's just save him." Zhong Wu Hen smiled faintly. Stepping forward, Wukong looked down at Huang Wuji and said in a deep voice, "Junior, falling into this king's hands can be considered the greatest misfortune of your life." As the first demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji didn't know how many years he had lived, but this was the first time he had been called a junior to his face, but he couldn't get angry at all. This was because under Wukong's indifferent gaze, Huang Wuji couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, as if something extremely bad was about to happen to him. Wukong chuckled and reached out a hand, slowly placing it on Huang Wuji's head. Huang Wuji could only watch, unable to resist. When Great Demon God was planning all this, he never thought that one day someone would break into this space. Just as Wukong suddenly appeared, in the Eastern Territory, in the ancient wild world, on the mountain peak where the blood door was located, a crimson gate appeared, as if it was made of blood. The frame of the gate was full of complex and profound patterns. Cracks in the void crisscrossed around the blood door, and it seemed as if the world would collapse at any moment. Boundless demon chi continued to pour into the blood door, dyeing the dark red door with a layer of black. As Yang Kai had guessed before, the reason why Zhong Ruoshi woke up was entirely because of the battle between him and Mo Sheng. The world had changed, and the blood door was also affected. How could Zhong Ruoshi, who was inside the blood door, not be aware of this? Even though she was in a deep sleep, she still sensed danger and woke up. At this moment, two closed doors suddenly appeared above the crimson blood door. Accompanied by a flash of light, the closed doors slowly opened outwards, and it wouldn't take long for them to completely open. When the door appeared, every living being in the entire star boundary who possessed the Saint Spirit Source sensed it and couldn't help but turn their heads towards the east. In that distant place, there seemed to be a call from their bloodline that made them feel a sense of familiarity. If it weren't for the critical moment of the star boundary's survival, they would have definitely explored it regardless of the cost. Yang Kai, on the path of the martial Tao, the so-called Great Emperor is nothing more than a title, it is far from the final destination. If you pledge allegiance to this king can guide you. Mo Sheng's roar resounded between the heavens and earth. Then I'll have to thank you in advance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he said so, his expression remained unchanged, and he focused on urging the world energy. Stubborn. Mo Sheng snorted coldly, "Kill him for me." As soon as he finished speaking, on the battlefield of the fake emperors and half-saints, many half-saints who had previously joined the star boundary abandoned their opponents, turned around, and pounced towards Yang Kai. Among these half-saints, there were subordinates of Yu Meng, Bei Li Mo, and Chang Tian, who had all joined the star boundary along with the three demon saint. There were also half-saints who Yang Kai had captured in the devouring demon territory and planted a soul brand in their knowledge sea. In the previous war between the two worlds, they had also contributed a lot. Among them, Bai Zhuo, Bai Ya, and the others had a good relationship with Yang Kai. But after Mo Sheng gave the order, these half-saints seemed to have been bewitched, and their bodies and minds were involuntarily controlled. Sure enough. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with a thought, less than half of the half-saint pouncing towards him instantly fell from the sky and fainted. The great demon god had appeared, and the demon race in the demon territory had come because of him. It could be said that in the demon territory, the entire demon race was born because of his demonic chi. Mo Sheng definitely had a strong control over the demon race. Since he knew this, how could Yang Kai not be on guard? He still remembered that during the second demon race invasion, in the Western Territory, tens of millions of demon race suddenly killed each other after hearing a strange sound. After their deaths, the demonic chi dissipated and formed one demon eye after another that connected the two worlds. Now that he thought about it, the sound that echoed in the minds of the many demon race should be Mo Sheng's method. He could make the demon race willingly kill each other, and now he could make the half-saint obey him. The half-saint who fell from the sky and fainted had all had their soul brand planted by Yang Kai. But Bai Zhuo, Bai Ya, and the others were not affected. Dozens of half-saint rushed over together, and at such a critical moment, Yang Kai had no choice but to wait. Chapter 3802. The false emperors of the star boundary turned pale with fright. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They were already few in number, and now the situation had suddenly become extremely passive. A few of them were caught off guard and were instantly seriously injured. Is it our turn to fight? Not far behind Yang Kai, when Zishan's clothes fluttered in the wind. Even though he was facing dozens of half-saint, he still looked calm and laughed. After watching the show for half a day, it's finally time to act. Ma Qing looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Don't die. When Zishan said, I won't die before you do. Ma Qing sneered, then let's see whose life is tougher. When Zishan smiled and turned to look at Jiao Shueting, a trace of guilt and reluctance flashed in his eyes. If I don't die this time, I'll marry you. Jiao Shueting's face flushed red. When Zishan reached out and patted her head, just like he did many years ago, he couldn't help but think of the little girl who used to follow him and tug at the corner of his clothes no matter where they went. He couldn't help but look absent-minded. Little Shueting has grown up. They're coming. Ma Qing shouted in a low voice. Follow me closely. When Zishan said one last time to Jiao Shueting, he raised his hand and grabbed a long sword glowing with purple light. He pointed the long sword forward, and sword chi soared into the sky as he shouted in a low voice, Welcome. Battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush out, followed by Jiao Shueting. Behind the two were the various armies of the star boundary. At this time, all the remaining forces of the star boundary in the High Heaven Palace poured out. The army turned into a torrent of steel, carrying a tragic and resolute determination as they faced the dozens of half-saint of demon race head-on. Asterisk swoosh swoosh swoosh. Asterisk figures swept past Yang Kai as tens of thousands of soldiers rolled forward, bombarding them with secret treasures and secret techniques. Although there were only dozens of half-saint of demon race in front of them, the huge gap in strength caused the star boundary to suffer huge losses as soon as the two sides clashed. In their field of vision, one figure after another exploded into clouds of blood mist, leaving not even a single bone behind. Although the dozens of devil saints were submerged by the Star World's army, it was as if no one was there, and no one could resist even half a move from them. When Zishan was instantly seriously injured. If Jiao Shueting to save him, he would have died on the spot. However, he gritted his teeth and joined forces with the other venerable sovereigns, fearlessly delaying the advance of a half-saint demon. Yang Kai's eyes turned blood red as he watched everything in a daze. He felt as if his heart was dripping blood, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. After this battle, he didn't know how many of the remaining soldiers of the star boundary could survive. Fortunately, the half-saint's target was not the star boundary's army, but Yang Kai himself, so although they rampaged through the army, they didn't cause the expected losses. They were under the control of the great demon god and only wanted to approach Yang Kai to kill him. Along the way, they just casually killed some people who blocked their way. As long as they could find an opportunity to retreat, they could barely protect themselves. One figure after another rushed through the star boundary's army, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything in their path. As long as the false emperors didn't appear, no one was a match for these half-saint. The blood and fearless deaths on the ground only delayed their advance. Asterisk shua shua shua. Asterisk all of a sudden, a group of figures appeared around Kai Yang, surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. Su Yang, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xia Ningchang, Ji Yao, Lan Zun, Mo Xiaoqi, Lin Yun'er, Xiao Chen, Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, Haiji, Kai Gui, Li Shiqing, Jiao Zhon, and others all appeared. Such a lineup could only be described as luxurious. If it was in the past, no one would have dared to look down on them. Although these people were from the younger generation of the star boundary, they were all emperors. It could be said that they were the future of the star boundary, the rising stars of the star boundary. In time, they would definitely shine brightly in the star boundary. But now, even if such a group of young people gathered together, what were their chances of winning against the half-saint of demon race? But they were fearless, and everyone's face was calm. You. Yang Kai frowned at them. Kai Gui grinned. The old fogies are going to risk their lives, so someone has to protect you, right? Void Master, you are the key to the survival of the star boundary. Don't let us down. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He only felt a hot current rolling through his chest, and his whole body became scorching hot. He replied in a serious tone, I don't dare to say anything else, but this king is determined to live and die with you. Kai Gui turned around and chuckled, that's enough. They're coming. Su Yang shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked over and saw 3 figures rushing out of the Star Boundary's army. Before they even arrived, the murderous intent they emitted made it difficult for everyone to breathe. You focus on dealing with Mo Sheng. Leave these 3 to us, Kai Gui shouted as his body turned into a crimson light and rushed forward. The cry of a phoenix rang out as the 7-colored divine phoenix spread its wings and soared, covering the sky as ice principles filled the air. Su Yang held her sword and led Shui Yu, Shanqing Luo, Xia Ningchang, and Ji Yarrow to meet a power demon half-saint. Lin Yuner stretched out her hand and threw the return to 1 iron pot straight at another blood demon half-saint. Mo Xiaoqi formed a series of seals with her hands and shouted, release. The butterfly mark on her face instantly came alive and turned into a huge figure that floated behind her. The butterfly wings flapped, and a dense light burst out, as if it had infinite magical power. The universe tower in Lan Zun's hand blasted towards the last flame demon half-step saint. The tower spirit had already taken root in the ground, and within 100 kilometers, vines danced in the air, turning into violent attacks that shot towards the 3 half-step saints. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and the mountains shook. With the combined strength of many young people from the Emperor realm, they finally managed to stop the 3 half-saint of the demon race, but that was all. Although they had more people and treasures in their hands, their cultivation was still not enough. It was extremely difficult to kill these half-saints. The only thing they could do was delay them as much as possible, delaying the time it took for these half-saints to reach Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai closed his eyes, not daring to watch, or rather, he couldn't watch. He was afraid he would see something he didn't want to see, which would distract him and put him at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the great demon god. The pure land he had expanded with great difficulty was slowly being suppressed. Yang Kai asked himself how he could turn the tables in such a desperate situation. Only when Ruo Shi returned and joined forces with him would there be hope. But for this hope, the star boundary would have to pay a huge price. Blood and broken limbs were the only prelude in this world. The mournful cries one after another played the elegy of life. The number of Star Boundary's army continued to decrease as one emperor after another fell between the heavens and earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Suddenly, a low chant sounded in Yang Kai's ears, flowing time great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. This voice didn't come from one person, but from 2 people, a man and a woman, but they were in perfect harmony. Whether it was the tone or the ups and downs of their voices, they were all identical. The principle of time flowed out. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see a large hall flying over. Atop the steps of the hall, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood side by side, each of them sending out a palm strike. Flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal. The power demon half-saint, who was fighting Su Yang and the others, was caught off guard and was instantly struck. His figure couldn't help but stagnate. When Su Yang and the others saw this, they used all kinds of divine technique to greet the power demon, but at most, they could only leave some superficial wounds on his body. They couldn't take his life. After Yang Xiao and Yang Shui finished using the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, they immediately summoned the endless hourglass. 10,008 grains of flowing time great emperor divine sand stirred up a storm of time and shuttled through the sea of blood of the other blood demon half-saint, causing the blood demon to roar as if he had suffered a heavy blow. But this wasn't the end. Under the control of the 2, the entire flowing time temple crashed into the last half-saint. The half-saint seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the flowing time temple and dodged in distress. The situation was already precarious, but after Yang Xiao and Yang Shui returned, the situation suddenly changed. Many of the younger generation were overjoyed to see this. It wasn't that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could predict the future and came to the rescue. Previously, they had followed the group of fake emperors and half-saint to kill their way out. Although their cultivation wasn't high enough, they could rely on the flowing time temple, a great weapon of mass destruction, to act as bystanders. But after the great demon god took control of the half-saint, they were in an awkward situation. They couldn't intervene in the battle, so they had no choice but to return. When they saw Yang Kai's situation from afar, they immediately rushed over. It's that old man's aura. The great demon god's huge figure stared at the flowing time temple with eyes full of hatred. It seems that the two of you are the inheritors of that old man's mantle. Very good, although the enemy is dead, the descendants are still alive. This king will kill you first to collect some interest. The second time he was injured, it was all thanks to the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. If it weren't for that injury, he would have completely recovered long ago. He wouldn't have needed to suffer for so many years and painstakingly scheme for Star Boundary's spiritual aura. Therefore, when he sensed the aura of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, some of his enemies' eyes turned red. While speaking, he raised a huge hand that covered the sky and slammed it towards Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The huge black hand covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible to avoid. Before the attack arrived, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui felt their blood boil. Little auntie. Yang Xiao paled and turned to look at Yang Shui. There was no need to say anything more. With a flash, the two of them hid inside the flowing time temple, and the huge temple rapidly shrank at this moment. With a bang, when the giant hand slammed down, the flowing time temple smashed into the ground like a falling meteor, its surface flashing wildly. The ground shook and the entire flowing time temple was smashed directly into the ground, leaving a deep ravine where it landed. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked in the direction of the flowing time temple with a look of horror, his heart filled with great anger and powerlessness. Judging from the great demon god's actions just now, he was indeed inferior to him. After all, he had no time to divert his attention, but the great demon god still had the strength to attack others. In comparison, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 3803. However, thanks to the great demon god's distraction, Yang Kai immediately mobilized the world force and pushed the range of the Pure Land outwards a little. Although the effect was not ideal, at least this was the first time he had managed to counterattack the great demon god. When Yang Kai turned his head to look at the flowing time temple, he saw that the temple, which had been smashed into the ground, was once again flying up shakily. Although its light was dim, it was not seriously damaged. Yang Kai relaxed, knowing that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui should be fine. The flowing time temple was a treasure left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, so it naturally could not be destroyed so easily. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were hiding inside the temple, were naturally not in any danger. Seeing his attack fail, Great Demon God flew into a rage. Seeing the temple fly up again, he was in no mood to attack again as the pressure Yang Kai was putting on him was not small. Although he had borrowed the power of the 7 great emperors to stimulate the world energy of this area to compete with Yang Kai for control, in the end, he did not possess this power himself and had only borrowed it from someone else, making it impossible for him to fully utilize it. A bunch of trash. The great demon god roared. The situation was good, but he could not take down Yang Kai in a short time and completely invade the star boundary, which made him a little angry. As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his huge eyes. At the same time, accompanied by a loud noise, a figure flew back from the front, bleeding profusely mid-air as he flew straight towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only stretch out his hand and catch the person, asking, "Is Brother Xiao all right?" The one flying towards him was Xiao Chen. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have been seriously injured just now, but his life should not be in danger. Xiao Chen did not answer, instead turning around and thrusting out his sword, his emperor chi surging wildly. This sword contained all of his strength, and when the sword was thrust out, his originally weak aura suddenly soared and a sinister grin appeared on his face. It happened so suddenly that Yang Kai didn't have time to react. Only when the long sword was right in front of him did he shout, "What are you doing?" He raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xiao Chen. Normally, a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to threaten him, but right now, all his energy was focused on dealing with the great demon god and competing with him for control of this world. The slightest interference could lead to a disaster. When he sent out his palm strike, he discovered that Xiao Chen's eyes had turned pitch black. His heart could not help but sink, and he withdrew some of the force in his palm strike. Such a situation meant that Xiao Chen's actions were not intentional. It was very likely that he had already become the demon race. But when did Xiao Chen become the demon race? Before this, he hadn't noticed at all. What? Xiao Chen was sent flying again. His soaring aura suddenly withered. This was not the end. Just as Yang Kai sent Xiao Chen flying with a palm strike, another silhouette appeared from the side and pointed a sword at Yang Kai. A faintly discernible flower fragrance pervaded the air, disturbing one's mind. Li Shiqing. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he looked at the approaching figure with a furious expression. When did even you become the demon race? Li Shiqing turned a deaf ear to his words. Her beautiful eyes turned pitch black as she suddenly transformed into a rain of petals that enveloped Yang Kai. As the petals fluttered in the air, each one was a sharp weapon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the rain of petals. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the rain of petals shattered as Yang Kai grabbed Li Shiqing by the neck. He exerted some force in his hand and directly pinched her unconscious before throwing her into the sealed world bead. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, two of their original companions had changed sides. This caused everyone to be greatly shocked, and they all turned their heads to look around. Only after confirming that the others didn't show any signs of being possessed by the devil did they finally relax. Yang Kai also understood the whole story in an instant. In the three-saint peak of the sealed world bead, Li Shiqing had spent many days with Mo Sheng's avatar, so it was very likely that she had been tampered with at that time. Mo Sheng had been hiding this chess piece all this time because the time was not right yet, and now was the best time for Li Shiqing to play a role. Li Shiqing's situation should have been tampered with by Mo Sheng's avatar, but Xiao Chen's situation might be more complicated. Before this, Yang Kai felt that Xiao Chen's mentality was a bit off, especially after he returned from becoming the great emperors. As the saying goes, demons are born from the heart. If he had any thoughts that he shouldn't have, Mo Sheng would definitely take advantage of it. With the wisdom of the great demon god, he naturally knew that these two people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but facing these two people he had known for a long time, Yang Kai didn't know whether to kill them or not. No matter what choice he made, his mind would be disturbed. The good advantage that Yang Kai had gained because of the return of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had disappeared at this moment because of Xiao Chen and Li Shiqing's betrayal. Because of this distraction, the initiative he had gained collapsed in an instant, and he was once again suppressed, and this time, the situation was much more serious than before. Seeing the demon land corroding the High Heaven Palace at an extremely fast speed, Yang Kai became anxious. Those who resist stubbornly are bound to die. Yang Kai, a wise man, submits to the circumstances. It is not too late to surrender to this king. Good. Yang Kai agreed. How about we stop for now and talk in detail? The great demon god smiled. If you want to talk, we can talk, but give up resistance first. This king may not necessarily spare you. Before he finished speaking, the great demon god's complexion suddenly changed, as if he had noticed something, and immediately shouted angrily, "Trash, a bunch of trash." At the same time, Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise, because just now, he discovered that the pressure from the great demon god had suddenly decreased by a lot, and it seemed that the other side's control over the heavens and earth was gradually weakening, allowing him to mobilize more world force. The most direct result was that the Pure Land's range was rapidly expanding. He didn't know what was going on, nor did he know why such a change occurred, but for Yang Kai, for the entire star boundary, this was a pleasant surprise. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged the world force wholeheartedly to repel the invasion of the boundless demon intent, madly pushing the Pure Land to expand. Catcher. The sound of something shattering rang out, and in the void, a huge crack appeared, as if the heavens and earth had been wounded. From this crack, Yang Kai clearly felt a familiar aura and could not help looking in that direction with pleasant surprise. Silhouettes walked out of the crack one after another. There were 8 of them in total, and a great pressure descended from the sky. It was as if the ones who walked out of the crack were not 8 people, but 8 wills of heaven and earth. The world buzzed, and the void trembled. In an instant, everyone's gazes were fixed on the 8 figures. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, sparkling tears flashing from the corners of his eyes as a sense of relief lingered in his heart. They're back, they're all back. Since the second struggle of the 2 worlds began, the 7 great emperors had been trapped in an inexplicable space, their whereabouts unknown. The burden of the entire Star Boundary's survival had been placed on the shoulders of the various corps commanders, as well as Chief Commander Li Wuyi. And this burden had been transferred to Yang Kai after the struggle of the Great Tao. Yang Kai did not dare to shirk this responsibility, nor could he shirk this responsibility. As the only great emperors in this world, it was his duty to maintain the peace of his homeland. But he was tired, truly tired. Watching his compatriots perish one after another, watching the Star Boundary suffer but unable to do anything about it, he felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, and the tremendous pressure he had to bear was something no one could understand. At this moment, seeing the 8 familiar figures, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. He no longer needed to fight alone because he now had companions. He no longer needed to bear the burden of the survival of the entire Star Boundary because he now had someone to share the burden with. Yang Kai laughed wildly, even tears coming out of his eyes, feeling a little wronged. It was as if the master was not at home, and not only was he bullied, but his home was also in a mess, and now he finally saw the master return. 8 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. At first, they were surprised because they felt a similar aura from him, and then they praised him. Although the home in front of them was a little messy, at least it was defended and not lost. Needless to say, this was all thanks to this young man in front of them. Zhong Wu Hen stepped forward, bowed to Yang Kai, and said in a deep and solemn voice, "My name is Iron Blood." Another person stepped forward, "My name is Heaven's Revelations. My name is Serene Soul. My name is Beast Warrior. My name is Ice Feather. My name is Flower Shadow. My name is Wonder Pill. My name is Red Dust." Low chants and honorific titles spread throughout the Star Boundary, impacting everyone's mind. At this moment, the Star Boundary seemed to move. The great emperors had returned. Except for the great emperor's Night Shadow, who had already died at the hands of Yang Kai, and the great emperor's Bright Moon, who had fallen in the eternal heaven, the other 8 great emperors had finally gathered here at this moment. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he also bowed with his hands clasped. "My name is Void, greetings everyone." Zhong Wu Hen smiled, "I know you have a lot of questions, but let's talk about them after we solve the matter at hand." Yang Kai nodded. He did have a lot of questions in his heart. Where had they been trapped all these years? How did they get out now? Was the Red Dust Great Emperors Duan Hongchen or Wukong at this moment? How did he appear with everyone? All kinds of questions lingered in his heart, but he didn't have the time to ask in detail. However, these didn't matter. As long as he could set this world right, he would have a chance in the future. However, in Yang Kai's perception, the auras of the other 8 great emperors were a little weak, except for the great emperors of the Red Dust. It seemed that they had consumed a lot of energy during these years of being trapped. Even if they were free now, they probably wouldn't be at their peak strength. As soon as the crowd finished speaking, another terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Then, from the countless cracks in the sky, figures flew out one after another. It was the demon saint led by Desolate Everlasting, and there were exactly 7 of them. Just like Zhong Wu Hen and the others, Desolate Everlasting and the other demon saints' auras were also weak, and it seemed that their situation was even worse. "Trash. All of you are trash." The great demon god glared at Desolate Everlasting and the others, and his angry roar shook the sky. Mo Sheng simply couldn't accept that they had failed at the critical moment, and the great emperors were able to escape. The demon saints' crowd kept quiet out of fear. Chapter 3804. The demon race set up a shocking great array, engulfing Star Boundary with demonic intent and devouring Star Boundary's spiritual energy. The people of the 4 territories were plunged into misery and misery. 9 out of 10 houses were destroyed and the great rivers and mountains were turned into demon land. Heaven and earth had a spirit. The mysterious heaven temple opened, the heaven void cauldron appeared, and Yang Kai sought the Tao heart and became one of the great emperors, seizing a chance of survival between life and death. With the bodies of the great emperors, Yang Kai urged the power of heaven and earth to resist the corrosive demonic intent and protect Star Boundary's last pure land. If this pure land was not lost, the great demon god's plan would not be successful. With no other choice, the great demon god could only use a secret technique and borrow the power of the 7 trapped great emperors to suppress Yang Kai. Everything went smoothly and according to plan. Although Yang Kai being able to become one of the great emperors in such a short time brought Mo Sheng a little trouble, it was not a big deal. In the face of such a terrible situation, all Yang Kai could do was struggle at death's door. He had never imagined that the 7 great emperors of the Star Realms would be rescued by someone. With the great emperors escaping, the most direct consequence Mo Sheng had to face was that he could no longer urge Star Boundary's world force. Without being able to urge Star Boundary's world force, there was no way he could devour the last pure land. How was he supposed to play this game? The great demon god was furious. He wished he could kill Endless Desolate and the others to quell the anger in his heart. Endless Desolate and the others obviously knew that they had failed in their mission and were all angry and humiliated. Although they did not lose their lives this time, they were really cowardly. Facing the great demon god's curses, they did not dare say a word for fear of being implicated. On the battlefield of heaven and earth, the fierce battle calmed down as the 8 great emperors and the 7 demon saints appeared one after another. Everyone in Star Boundary was pleasantly surprised as they looked at the 8 figures standing in the void. What they saw was not just 8 figures but also the future of Star Boundary. Zhong Wu Hen's gaze swept over, and when he saw that his precious disciple was covered in blood and in a sorry state, his eyes couldn't help but flash with dense killing intent. He coldly stared at the half-saint who had fought with Lin Yun and the others. When he saw this, the half-saint felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he quickly retreated. "Leave these bastards to me." Wu Kuang let out a strange cackle as he stared at the half-step sages in the field with a burning gaze. He didn't seem to have done anything, but in the blink of an eye, he had pounced in front of the half-step sages who were trying to escape and stretched out his hand to grab them. Under this palm, the light in front of the half-saint was covered. The half-saint turned pale with fright and punched out with both fists. Copious amounts of demonic chi surged and turned into after-images of fists that covered the sky towards Wukong. Wukong turned a deaf ear to him. He stretched out his hand and crushed the after-images of the half-saint as if he was pinching an ant. He laughed nastily and shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor. Battle technique." In an instant, Wukong seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything. The half-saint in his hand shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, he turned into a dried-up corpse without any signs of life. Everyone in Star Boundary had long heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperor's battle technique. They also knew that this was the most evil battle technique in the history of Star Boundary. However, no one had seen how evil and terrifying it was. Until now, after witnessing a half-saint of demon race being turned into a dried-up corpse in just 10 breaths of time by Wukong's hand, everyone shuddered. Such a battle technique was simply insane. No wonder it was rumored that when Wukong roamed the Star Boundary, the heavens were angry and people were resentful. Wherever he went, all life was extinguished. The rumors were true. The evil and strange battle technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor was even more terrifying than what they had heard. After devouring the half-saint, Wukong couldn't help but lick his mouth. He looked as if he hadn't had enough yet, as if he had eaten something delicious. He turned his head and swept his red eyes across the many half-saint present. Swish swish swish, one by one, the half-saint seemed to have met their natural enemy. No one dared to stay in place. They all used their escape techniques to retreat. Just like how they had rushed into the Star Boundary's army as if they were invincible, those below half-saint were not their opponents. At this moment, they were definitely not Wukong's opponents. Amidst his strange laughter, Wukong's sleeves fluttered like clouds as he pounced towards the half-saint like a rock spreading its wings. His face was full of fanaticism. Suddenly, he cursed, "Wukong, I'll fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." After cursing, he continued to laugh strangely, which made everyone's hair stand on end. If it was before, if Wukong acted like this, Zhong Wuhen would have been the first to jump out and fight him to the death. But now, Star Boundary was in danger and the great demon god was eyeing it covetously. How could Zhong Wuhen have the time to pay attention to him? Compared to the scourge that was Wukong, the great demon god was the number one enemy in front of him. Their figures flickered as they came to Yang Kai's side and spread out with him as the center. 8 people, 8 figures, 8 pairs of eyes, all stared at the huge figure across the sky. Where these 8 people stood was where heaven and earth belonged. Where these 8 people stood was the axis of the entire world. Everyone, this is the great demon god of the demon race. The entire demon race came because of him. Yang Kai opened his mouth. When the second battle between the two realms began, the great emperors were trapped. Yang Kai was afraid that they did not know the details of the great demon god, so he prepared to explain it to them. Zhong Wuhen said, "Who cares who he is? Anyone who dares to invade our star boundary must be killed without mercy." Yang Kai sniffed and smiled, "That's true." His expression suddenly turned solemn. "Everyone, please lend me a hand." The other 7 people nodded in unison, and their minds spread out like a tide. The will of heaven and earth was stimulated, and the majestic heaven and earth force gathered from all directions, turning into invisible vibrations that spread out with the 8 people as the center. Wherever the vibrations passed, the demonic chi retreated, the demon intent was eliminated, and the demon land collapsed on its own. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement. Previously, he had stimulated the heaven and earth force with his own strength. Although he could contend with the great demon god and even gain the upper hand for a while, he was still fighting alone. Now that he had the help of the 7 great emperors, he immediately felt the difference. If heaven and earth had 100% of its heaven and earth force, then he could only borrow 50% at most. But now that he had 7 more helpers, the remaining 50% was fully stimulated. What the great demon god had to resist now was the power of the entire star boundary, the rejection of heaven and earth. With the high heaven palace as the center, the pure land expanded at an incredible speed, and this expansion was unstoppable. It was bound to spread to the entire world. Kill them. Kill them all for me. The great demon god was no longer as calm as before. Since the appearance of the great emperors, he had become extremely manic. At this moment, he pointed his hand forward and roared again and again. Huang Wuji and the others did not dare hesitate, their figures flickering as they rushed forward, obeying the great demon god's orders without question. This was not surprising though. The entire demon race had emerged because of the great demon god, so no matter how strong or weak the demon race was, they had all been imprinted with the great demon god's mark, so how could they disobey his orders? "I'll leave the rest to you." Zhong Wuhen turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, "Leave it to me." A solid foundation had been laid, and now the great demon god could no longer borrow the heaven and earth force, so even if Yang Kai was the only one left, he could purge the demonic chi in this world and restore the original appearance of heaven and earth. Huala. The iron blood banner fluttered behind Zhong Wuhen, crimson as blood. As the banner fluttered, Zhong Wuhen took the lead and rushed out, turning into a streak of red light as he met the first demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji. Like stars colliding, the 2 peerless masters clashed in midair, causing the already cracked sky to collapse. The other 6 also found their own opponents, turning into 6 groups and fighting fiercely. 7 against 7, no one was left out. The 7 great emperors of Star Boundary had been trapped for many years, and the demon saint had used a strange secret technique on them, so all of them were injured, but how could the demon saint not be the same? Although they had relied on the great demon god's schemes and methods to trap the great emperors, it wasn't without a price. It could be said that the overall strength of the 7 great emperors and the 7 great devil saints was on par with each other, regardless of whether it was at their peak or at their current state. If this battle were to continue, it would not be easy to determine the victor. But no one forgot that there was still the heaven-devouring great emperor on Star Boundary's side, the great Emperor Wukong. Although Wukong and Duan Hongchen's souls were currently in the same body, making it seem as if they had split personalities, but this matter concerned the survival of Star Boundary, so they would definitely stand on the same side and work together. At this moment, Wukong was making a move against the half-saint. Once he was free, the scales of victory and defeat would definitely tilt towards Star Boundary's side. Mo Sheng, you've lost. Yang Kai looked coldly at the huge figure and shouted in a deep voice. With the return of the 8 great emperors, the precarious situation in Star Boundary immediately stabilized. On the great emperor's level, Zhon Wu Hen and the others were fighting against Huang Wu Ji, while the 2 elders from the dragon race were delaying Xueli's trio. Yang Kai could suppress the great demon god's invasion of Star Boundary and was no longer passive. Although the Star Realm was at a disadvantage in terms of fake emperors, with the addition of Wu Kuang, how could those half-sages contend against him? As long as they won the battle on these 2 levels, they could crush the great demon god's extravagant hopes and save Star Boundary. Not to mention, Zhong Ruo she would soon come out of seclusion. Although Yang Kai didn't know how strong she was now, every bit of strength was urgently needed by Star Boundary at this moment. Ignorant Junior, have you become complacent just because you have a few advantages? Great demon god snorted coldly, this king has been planning for hundreds of thousands of years. How could I fail because of your stubborn resistance? Show me all the cards you have. This king will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I only hope that your face won't be so ugly when the time comes. Yang Kai mocked. Arrogant. Great demon god gritted his teeth, since you are so eager to die, this king will fulfill your wish. Then, he shouted, come out. Asterisk catcher. Asterisk another huge crack appeared in the void, and from this crack, 3 demon saints pressure pressed down. 3 figures walked out of the crack, 1 man and 2 women. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, but the powerful aura they exuded clearly indicated that they were demon saint. Chapter 3805. So they still came. Looking at the 3 figures walking out of the void, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. These 3 people were none other than Yu Yu Meng, Bei Li Mo, and Chang Tian. Needless to say, Yu Meng had long been his wife and was the first demon saint to help him fight against the demon race. Yang Kai had benefited a lot from her, his soul soaring because of her primordial yin. Chang Tian was also very good to him, even intending to let him rule over the 100-spirit continent. Although Bei Li Mo was forced to do so because she was under his control, she had also contributed a lot in the war of the 2 realms over the years. Previously, when he saw Endless Desolate and the others obey Mo Sheng's orders, Yang Kai had been secretly vigilant, fearing that Yu Meng and the others would do the same. But now, it seemed that Yu Meng and the others had not been able to escape the great demon god's suppression, and their situation was even worse than Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. Because of this, Yu Meng, Bei Li, and Chang Tian looked like puppets under his control. Their expressions were silent, and their eyes were empty, as if their bodies and minds were not under their control. But even if they were just puppets, they were still 3 demon saint-level puppet. Although he was worried, Yang Kai felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. When the second war of the 2 realms broke out, 10 demon saint broke through the barrier and used secret techniques to restrain the 10 top masters of Star Boundary, trapping them in an inexplicable space. Not long after, Xueli, Fu Yu, and Hubi Yu escaped, and these 3 demon saints' original opponents were Yu Meng, Bei Li Mo, and Chang Tian. Now it seemed that the reason Xueli and the others were able to escape was because Yu Meng and the others were from the demon race. They did not need the other demon saint to restrict their freedom. Instead, it was Zhon Wu Hen and the others who had to stay behind with Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. However, Yang Kai did not know what the situation was before. Since Xueli and the others had escaped, he was naturally worried about the safety of Yu Meng and the others, fearing that they had encountered some mishap. Yu Meng and the others were not great emperors of Star Boundary, so Yang Kai could not sense their auras. Although the current situation was bad, their lives is to say the least. Despair, boy, Mo's Demon Saint Mo Sheng's voice boomed like thunder. As he spoke, The three figures that came out of the crack pounced towards Yang Kai. Zhong Wu Hen and the others turned pale with fright when they saw this. They knew that Yang Kai could not be disturbed in his current state, not to mention facing the attacks of three demon saint-level powerhouses. If the three of them were allowed to get close to Yang Kai, he definitely would not be able to resist. They wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, but Huang Wuji and the other demon saints were desperately entangling them, not giving them the slightest opportunity. They could only watch helplessly as the three figures rapidly approached Yang Kai. Three sensational waves of pressure pressed down on Yang Kai's head, and before they even arrived, three terrifying divine abilities had already been unleashed. Wukong! Zhong Wu Hen roared. On this battlefield, everyone was too busy to be distracted. Only Wukong had extra energy. If they wanted to protect Yang Kai, they could only rely on Wukong's strength. He never thought that there would be a day when he would fight side by side with Wukong. Ever since the War of the Great Emperors, Zhong Wu Hen had always wanted to tear Wukong into pieces. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would need Wukong's help? The current situation could only be said to be a joke of fate. Fortunately, although Wukong was treacherous, he also knew that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort to save the 7 great emperors. Wukong's figure flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. He shook his arms and laughed strangely. His face was full of fanaticism, as if he had traveled back in time to tens of thousands of years and returned to the time when he was in high spirits during the War of the Shattered Star Sea. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the most resounding sign in the star boundary. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was feared by millions of beings. At that time, the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were invincible existences. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor, territory. With Wukong as the center, a ring of all-devouring aura spread out in all directions, enveloping a large area of the void. When the 3 divine technique blasted by the demon saint masters fell into this area, it was as if their power was immediately sucked away by something and they weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, right after that, Wukong let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. As he flew, he cursed, "Wukong, you dog. Don't treat this old master's body as if it's not your own." In his knowledge sea, Duan Hongchen was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. After all, this body was still his, so how could he bear to see it suffer any damage? Jia 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 jia. Blood flowed from the corner of Wukong's mouth, but he was laughing happily. Then let's not care about that brat's life or death and take advantage of this opportunity to devour more. Duan Hongchen was suddenly speechless. Yang Kai was now the key to the survival of the star boundary, so how could he not care? In order to hunt down Wukong, he did not hesitate to cut off his own cultivation, falling from the realm of great emperors to the Dao Source realm, and killed his way into the Shattered Star Sea to search for clues. It could be seen how much sacrifice he was willing to make for the common people. His honorific title was Red Dust, and what he comprehended was the Tao of Red Dust. Among all the great emperors, no one cared more about the life and death of the billions of living beings in the star boundary than him. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and show your cards," Duan Hongchen said anxiously when he saw the 3 newly appeared demon saint rushing towards Yang Kai. If Wukong was at his peak, he might not be afraid of these 3 demon saint puppets, but after all, he was only relying on his own body to recover, so he could not be compared to his peak state. He had suffered a big loss just now. "What are you panicking for?" Wukong sneered in response. "That brat seems to have a trump card too." In his line of sight, Yang Kai was not as flustered as he had imagined. Instead, he looked indifferent. When his voice fell, he saw a woman among the 3 figures suddenly let out a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back and she fainted, falling straight down from the sky. Even though Wukong had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years and had seen many things, he was still shocked by this scene. He could not help but widen his eyes in horror. What the hell? The figure who fainted and fell from the sky was not an ordinary woman, but one of the demon saint in the demon territory. How could a demon saint faint for no reason? It was nothing more than Yang Kai using some kind of mysterious method, but he did not see any trace of it at all. 3 demon saints appeared brazenly at this most critical moment, but one of them was directly crippled. Such a situation was really a bit unbelievable. Just as he was confused, the great demon god's angry roar rang in his ears. Divine soul brand, you actually planted a divine soul brand in her knowledge sea. Wukong's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai. For a moment, this brat was like a celestial being. It had to be known that Yang Kai had just been promoted to the rank of Great Emperors and was only a high-rank demon king before. With the power of a high-rank demon king, he was actually able to plant a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea and control the freedom and life of that female demon saint. How did he do it? Wukong believed himself to be a peerless genius, otherwise, he would not have been able to create such a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. On his path of growth, fighting above his realm was a common occurrence and killing powerful enemies was as easy as pinching a conch with his fingers, but when he recalled his life in the star boundary, he had never been able to achieve such a feat as Yang Kai. A demon saint's status and strength were equivalent to Great Emperors, so how could Wukong have the ability to plant a divine soul brand in a Great Emperor's knowledge sea when he was just a third-layer emperor? If he had really done so, he would have definitely suffered a fatal backlash. Wukong clicked his tongue in wonder. Yang Kai had never thought that the divine soul brand he had planted in Bei Li Mo's knowledge sea would play a role at this time. When he was a high-rank demon king, even with the divine soul brand, Yang Kai could not control Bei Li Mo's life and death. At most, he could only use the brand to cause her some pain. It was also because of this that Bei Li Mo was forced to rely on him. But now that Yang Kai had the power of Great Emperors, he indeed had the ability to kill Bei Li Mo with a single thought. However, Bei Li Mo's betrayal was not out of her own volition, so Yang Kai could only knock her out. As for whether or not there would be any trauma or sequelae, time was of the essence right now. With the enemy before them, Yang Kai could not care so much. The moment Bei Li Mo fainted, Yang Kai looked at another graceful figure and roared, "Are you Meng?" The mournful voice went straight to the depths of Bei Li Mo's heart, causing ripples to appear in her clouded heart. Yu Meng's hand movements paused slightly as a trace of struggle flashed across her empty eyes, but that was all. Even though she had heard Yang Kai's voice in her muddlehead state and had instinctively reacted, as a member of the demon race, she could not escape the grasp of the great demon god. Wukong once again moved to block Bei Li Mo's attack and said without looking back, "Boy, if you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Yang Kai's mouth was full of bitterness. What trump cards do I have? Being able to knock Bei Li Mo out was already a stroke of luck, and it was all thanks to the soul brand he had planted in her back then. Although he and Yu Meng were connected by a heart seal secret technique, it could not be compared to the soul brand. In a situation where one's mind was blinded, the heart seal secret technique could not play much of a role. Unless Yu Meng suffered a great shock, it would be impossible for her to recover on her own, and this shock would be a price Yang Kai could not afford to pay. Wukong grinned maliciously, "Then it's up to this old master." As soon as his words fell, his expression suddenly became fierce. "Reckless juniors, do you really think this king is powerless against you? When this king dominated the world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk." With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai's devouring force reappeared as he faced the 2 demon saint alone. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't hurt her. Kill that woman. Scram." How could Wukong pay any attention to him? In a battle of life and death, showing mercy to one's enemy was cruel to oneself. It was the stupidest thing to do. Boom. 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 Wu Kuang was fighting against the joint forces of 2 devil saints by himself, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The aftershocks of the battle swept out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. Chapter 3806. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was unrealistic to expect Wukong to show mercy to Yu Meng, and regardless of who won or lost in this battle, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. The only thing he could do now was to destroy the great demon god's plan as soon as possible in order to salvage the situation. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts, turned his eyes to the front, and shouted, "Mo Sheng, die." The world energy swept out, suppressing the demonic qi, sweeping away the haze and restoring light to the dim world. Mo Sheng roared. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and murderous intent. Just a little bit more, and his plan would have come to a perfect conclusion, but it was this little bit that caused him to fail at the last moment. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning and forbearance had been ruined at this critical moment by a boy who had only lived for a little more than 100 years. The anger in Mo Sheng's heart was unquenchable. Unable to borrow the power of the great emperors, in this world, no matter how many methods he could not compete with Yang Kai for control of the world energy. As for the last trump card he had pinned his hopes on, one of them had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai, leaving the other two unable to break through Wukong's defenses in a short time. I can't delay any longer. If he continued to delay, the situation on his side would only become even worse. Mo Sheng had lived for so many years and was a decisive person. Seeing that he could not stop Yang Kai, he immediately made a decision in his heart. All of you will pay the price. As he roared, the demonic qi in the world began to tumble violently, as if it had turned into a sentient being and poured into the great demon god's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds began to move, and as far as the eye could see, the demonic qi in the entire star boundary began to madly converge into the great demon god's body. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Although he didn't know why Mo Sheng was doing this, it was obvious that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. It could be said that this battle had reached its most critical juncture. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless in the slightest, his eyes staring at Mo Sheng's movements without blinking, unwilling to miss the slightest movement. At the same time, Yu Meng, who was entangled with Wukong, suddenly attacked Wukong without any regard for her own life, leaving herself open. Wukong could only defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Chang Tian retreated and pounced toward Zhong Wuhan. Yang Kai was startled when he saw this, not knowing what this meant. However, this was obviously the great demon god's command, and no matter what the great demon god's intentions were, he could not let things go as he wished. Yang Kai shouted, "Stop him!" But how could he stop him? Chang Tian was also a demon saint-level master. If he wanted to escape, even if Yang Kai personally took action, he could not stop him, not to mention that Wukong was still entangled with Yu Meng. Watching Chang Tian rapidly approach Zhong Wuhen, the uneasy feeling in Yang Kai's heart grew stronger. With a loud bang, Chang Tian charged into the battlefield and combined his strength with Desolate Infinite, forcing Zhong Wuhen, who was originally evenly matched, to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Desolate Infinite turned around and rushed in the direction of Great Demon God. Zhong Wuhen wanted to chase after him, but Chang Tian sacrificed himself to stop him, forcing Zhong Wuhen to defend himself. Now that he was free, Huang Wuji's speed increased. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the first demon saint in the demon territory plunged into the great demon god's huge body and disappeared. A ferocious laugh resounded through the world. "All of you will die." As soon as his words fell, the huge body collapsed and shrank, converging towards the center. Faintly, the outline of another figure was revealed. That figure was none other than Huang Wuji, who had just entered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed. How could he not understand the great demon god's plan? Previously, he was a little puzzled. Although the great demon god had appeared, his huge body was completely condensed from demonic qi. Even if he had devoured most of the spiritual aura of Star, how could he recover? Now, it seemed that soul entering the body of a master was undoubtedly an excellent method. This method was similar to possession, and the demon race was born because of him, so naturally there was nothing wrong with it. It could be said that as long as the great demon god was willing, he could possess any demon race without any hidden dangers. Understanding this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the great demon god did not choose to possess Yu Meng, otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Facing Yu Meng, should he kill her or not? If he killed her, Yu Meng would definitely die, but if he didn't kill her, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the entire star boundary. However, Yu Meng was a woman after all, and as long as the great demon god hadn't gone mad, he shouldn't try to possess her. Was he forced into a corner? Previously, Mo Sheng had been competing with him for the ownership of the last piece of pure land in this world, but due to various unforeseen circumstances, he could only change his plan. Yang Kai didn't know what would happen if the last piece of Pure Land was swallowed by the great demon god, but judging from the current situation, it was definitely an unacceptable outcome for the star boundary. The facts were just as Yang Kai had guessed. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, how could Mo Sheng have changed his plan? In his original plan, he didn't need to seize the body of others. As long as he could completely devour the spiritual aura of the star boundary, with the help of the broken palm and his divine ability, he would be able to reconstruct his body. At that time, even if he couldn't restore his full strength, he wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. He could slowly recover in the future, and there would be a day when he would be completely healed. However, because Yang Kai had desperately held onto the last piece of Pure Land, he had lost a part of the spiritual aura he had devoured, so he had no choice but to change his plan. Compared to the entire star boundary, the size of the last piece of Pure Land in the High Heaven Palace was almost insignificant, and the amount of spiritual aura it contained was just a drop in the bucket. However, what was missing was incomplete. A bright jade was flawed, a bright pearl covered in dust. The consequences of this incomplete spiritual aura were far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. With a roar that shook the heavens, a surging anger swept out like a tsunami. Anyone who felt this anger could clearly feel the unwillingness of the great demon god. As the boundless demonic qi gathered, Huang Wuji, who had thrown himself into it, let out a miserable scream, as if he was enduring great torture and pain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth as he stared off into the distance with a dignified expression. The first battle with the great demon god had already ended. This battle had been centered around the battle for the last piece of Pure Land to protect the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had successfully defended that piece of Pure Land in the end, it could not be said to be a victory. At most, he had gained the upper hand. However, this slight advantage had caused the star boundary to pay an extremely painful price. Many star boundary soldiers had died, and many emperors had perished. This was far from the end. The next battle would be the one that would decide the fate of the world. If he won, the world would be at peace, but if he lost, the star boundary would be destroyed. Even facing a master outside the star boundary, Yang Kai's fighting spirit soared. Because at this moment, he was not alone. It could be said that from the beginning until now, he had not been fighting alone. At his side, there were several dozen armies from the star boundary, and behind him, there was the entire star boundary. All of a sudden, Huang Wuji's screams stopped and turned into hideous laughter. Then, a huge body began to expand rapidly. Unlike before, when his body was completely condensed from demonic qi, the great demon god at this moment truly possessed his own body. This behemoth was over 1,000 meters tall, and as the demonic qi in his body surged, his body continued to expand. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground, casting a shadow that obscured the light in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until 10,000 meters later that the great demon god's body stopped changing, and at this moment, the terrifying master that appeared in front of everyone's eyes no longer had the appearance of Huang Wuji. The real Huang Wuji had been completely annihilated from this world. A horn had sprouted from his forehead, and his two huge eyes were like two small suns, exuding an astonishing light. The hot breath from his nostrils seemed to be able to burn through the void. When he raised his hand, the sky was torn apart, and when he stepped on the ground, the earth shattered. His lofty eyes overlooked all living beings. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire star boundary. Even the great emperors felt their chests tighten, and their blood tumbled. Insignificant ants, you think you are invincible just because you want to defend this star boundary? What a joke. Today, this seat will teach you what it means by there is always someone stronger than you. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. In the sky, dense fog flowed, and the aura from his body was something that none of the great emperors could compare to. At this moment, a wisp of purple energy suddenly came from the east, appearing behind the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The purple energy dissipated, revealing a slender figure. Holding a sword in one hand, a solemn expression on her face, she wiped her sword with her fingers and shouted, "Slash." As her words fell, she slashed down with her sword. The moment the sword came out, a huge phantom of a woman appeared behind the slender figure. This woman's appearance was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this mortal world. Holding a sword in her hand, she mercilessly slashed at the great demon god. The change was so sudden that not only Yang Kai couldn't react in time, but even the great demon god couldn't react in time. He had just possessed his own body and was in high spirits. Therefore, when this sword slashed down, he didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. In the end, he was still the great demon god. The moment he felt the crisis, he tilted his body and threw a punch behind him. The shocking sword slashed down, and the slender figure was sent flying with blood spurting out of her mouth. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through silk rang out. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god roared in pain. His body staggered, and wherever his feet stepped, huge pits would appear one after another. Descendant of Tian Xing, the great demon god turned his head and glared, the anger in his eyes almost tangible. Ruoshi. Yang Kai was first overjoyed, then shocked. He was overjoyed that Zhong Ruoshi had come out of seclusion at this time. Calculating the time, she shouldn't have come out yet. Previously, she had asked him to delay the great demon god for a while and had given him a very clear time, but she had actually come out ahead of time. Now, it seemed that Zhong Ruoshi had deliberately misled the great demon god. He was shocked that Ruoshi had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood as soon as she came out of seclusion. Chapter 3807. Although Zhong Ruoshi vomited blood and was sent flying as soon as she came out of seclusion, the power of that one sword strike was extremely significant. The great demonic god had just reformed his body when the left half of his arm was directly chopped off, falling to the ground like a small mountain. Blood flowed like a fountain as the great demonic god roared in pain again and again. A figure quickly rushed over there. His eyes were full of greed, like a hungry wolf that had seen delicious food. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the broken arm that had fallen on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken arm disappeared. No one knew where it had been put away by him. Yang Kai, who was rushing towards Zhong Ruoshi, glanced over and found that this person was Wukong. His face couldn't help turning black. On the other hand, Wu Kuang, who had put away his severed arm, couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with satisfaction. Bastard! The great demon god roared. In a moment of carelessness, one of his arms had been cut off. This wasn't a small injury for him, but as long as his severed arm was still intact, he would only need to pay a small price to recover. But now, someone had actually taken his severed arm away. How could he endure this? His severed arm being taken away meant that he would have to regrow it, and the price he would have to pay was not small. With a roar, the great demon god opened his hand and grabbed towards Wukong. As the giant hand descended, it seemed to seal the world. Wukong's face changed drastically and he immediately dodged. Yang Kai had already caught Zhong Ruoshi, who had been sent flying, and asked with concern, "How are you?" Zhong Ruoshi's face was slightly pale, but she still smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she pursed her lips. "Sir, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled. "Yes, long time no see." It had been several decades since Zhong Ruoshi entered the blood door. Whether it was for Yang Kai or Zhong Ruoshi, this was a very long time. However, even though they hadn't seen each other for several decades, there wasn't the slightest estrangement between them, as if they had just parted yesterday. But Zhong Ruoshi was no longer the timid little girl she used to be. Now, she had inherited the power of heaven's punishment and was a genuine descendant of heaven's punishment. The power of her sword strike just now had demonstrated her current strength. Ruoshi has long wanted to fight side by side with Sir. Now, I finally have this opportunity. Even though there were powerful enemies and the world was turned upside down, the smile on Zhong Ruoshi's face was still incomparably bright. Yang Kai nodded. "Then, I'd like to see how powerful Ruoshi is now. Hey, you two, if you don't come over and help me, I'll die." He Ruoshi's backs as he turned his head. He Ruos and sizes his, and his Ruosi's, hisn's. He she's. Yang Kai and Zhong Ruoshi looked at each other and smiled. Then, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Wukong, hold on a little longer. This king will be there soon." Wukong's face turned black when he heard this. He cursed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and focused all his attention on dealing with Great Demon God. "Ruoshi, lend me a hand." Yang Kai turned around and stared at the other figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Zhong Ruoshi gripped her heavenly punishment sword and nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, his space principles surging and wrapping around Zhong Ruoshi as he rushed in front of Yu Meng. Yu Meng had been entangled with Wukong before, but Wukong had used some unknown method to shake her off. It seemed that Wukong's ability was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Wukong escaped, Yu Meng stood in place blankly until this moment. When Yang Kai and Zhong Ruoshi appeared together, Yu Meng's expression changed and a pure divine sense gushed out from her knowledge sea, turning into a boundless soul attack that blasted towards Yang Kai. Yu Meng was a succubus demon and was most proficient in soul power. If it were any other ordinary great emperors, even if Zheng Wuhen was here, they would have been affected by such a blow. However, Yang Kai was special to Yu Meng. Back then, his soul had skyrocketed due to the power of Yu Meng's primordial yin. At that time, Yu Meng had told him that from then on, no succubus demon would be able to use soul power to confuse him, not even her. Therefore, even though the soul attack was powerful, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to it. His mind shook slightly before he calmly stretched out his hands and grabbed towards Yu Meng. Although Yu Meng was under the control of the great demon god and her body and mind were involuntarily controlled, the fighting instincts that had been hidden in her body for countless years were still present. Facing Yang Kai's grab, her figure flickered and retreated. Zhong Ruoshi blocked her back at the right time and slashed down with the heavenly punishment sword. "Don't hurt her." Yang Kai was shocked. He did not have time to explain his relationship with Yu Meng to Zhong Ruoshi, nor did he expect Zhong Ruoshi to be so decisive. He hurriedly shouted. Zhong Ruoshi frowned and stopped the slash. Surprisingly, she was able to control it freely. Being attacked from the front and back at such a close distance, even if Yu Meng was a demon saint, it would be difficult for her to resist. Her shoulders tightened as Yang Kai's two big hands grabbed her. "Yu Meng." Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes and shouted. The expression on Yu Meng's face changed slightly, as if she was struggling, as if she had some reaction to his shout. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai's divine sense rushed towards Yu Meng, wanting to take her into his sealed world bead. As long as he could take her into his sealed world bead, everything would be fine. The struggle only lasted for a moment before Yu Meng raised her hand and slammed it down on Yang Kai's chest. Hong hong hong. The power contained in her jade palm was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and when it hit Yang Kai's chest, it made a deafening noise, causing shockwaves visible to the naked eye to spread out in all directions, shaking the world. Although Yu Meng's succubus demon body was not good at melee combat, she was still a demon saint. Under these few palm strikes, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and several of his ribs were broken. However, he refused to let go, his divine sense surging like a tide. However, the more the sealed world bead resisted, the greater the consumption. It was extremely difficult to forcibly take in a demon saint. Although Yang Kai had the power of the great emperors, if Yu Meng did not cooperate, it would be impossible for him to successfully take her into his sealed world bead. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pink fist came from behind and hit the back of Yu Meng's head mercilessly. That vast and mighty movement made people wonder if Yu Meng's head would be smashed by that punch. Yu Meng's head was not smashed, and Zhong Ruoshi had obviously controlled her strength. However, Yu Meng obviously did not have a good time under this punch. She was dizzy from the blow, and the palm she used to slap Yang Kai instantly lost its strength. With a swish, Yu Meng disappeared. She was directly taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. "Sir, are you all right?" Zhong Ruoshi nervously came up to support him. Yang Kai coughed a few times, clutching his chest, slowly shaking his head. At the same time, He immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead to investigate. Yu Meng was fine, and although Zhong Ruoxi's punch was powerful, it had only shaken her a little. After entering the sealed world bead, the great demon god's control over her seemed to have weakened a lot. At this moment, the expression on Yu Meng's face was very strange, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep. However, even if she completely broke free from the great demon god's control, Yang Kai would not dare to let her out again. Mo Sheng's suppression of the demon race was too strong. If he really let Yu Meng out, it would definitely be more of a hindrance than a help. There was no time to wait for Yu Meng to wake up and explain anything to her. Wukong's voice became even more urgent. What are you waiting for? He was facing the wrath of the great demon god alone and was really exhausted. If Yang Kai did not come to help, it would take at most half a cup of tea's time for him to die. It's time to end all of this. Yang Kai took a light breath, stretched out his hand, and with a dragon's roar, the blue dragon spear appeared in his hand. The 10-meter-long spear exuded an ancient aura, attracting Zhong Ruoxi's attention. With her current eyesight, she could naturally see that this spear was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, this treasure did not seem to be something that could be found in the star boundary. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's momentum soared. Sir, take care of yourself. There will be a surprise waiting for you, Zhong Ruoxi said, and as her sword light flashed, she flew out and slashed towards Great Demon God from afar. Surprise! Yang Kai was startled, but before he could ask for more details, Zhong Ruoxi had already rushed over. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and only the 1,000-meter-tall Great Demon God remained in his eyes. With a face like jade and a spear like a dragon, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward, and as he did so, a dragon's roar resounded through the world. When he thrust his spear, it was in its normal form, but when it arrived in front of the Great Demon God, it had transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The blue dragon spear in his hand also expanded as he thrust it straight towards the Great Demon God's heart. The power of this spear caused the world to change color. World force gathered on the blue dragon spear, and with the blessing of the world's will, not to mention a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, even a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would collapse under this spear. The great demon god did not dare to ignore the power of this spear and stretched out his hand to slap Yang Kai, sending a violent force through his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes bulged. World force? His 1,000-meter-long dragon body was involuntarily sent flying back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, Zhong Ruoxi was also forced to retreat. Wukong had already run to the side when the two arrived and used his divine technique, but to no avail. The combined strength of the three was unable to hurt the great demon god at all. If the great demon god had not been so careless, not expecting Zhong Ruoxi to suddenly come out of seclusion at that time, perhaps he would not have lost an arm so easily. At this moment, his severed arm had been regenerated, and the most obvious price to pay was that his 1,000-meter-long body had shrunk by about 2,000 meters. It seemed that the sacrifice he had made was not small. The great demon god was very strong, and Yang Kai had been mentally prepared for this. If he had not been strong, the Flowing Time Great Emperor would not have been defeated so easily. One had to know that the Flowing Time Great Emperor of that era was invincible while the great demon god of that era had not yet recovered from his injuries. Chapter 3808. He had killed the Flowing Time Great Emperor at his peak with his unhealed body. Even though he had been beaten to a pulp afterwards, the gap between them was clear at a glance. The great demon god's strength was above that of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's great emperors. Yang Kai knew that he was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Needless to say, he and Wukong were both great emperors. Although Zhong Ruoxi wasn't a great emperor, she wasn't inferior to any of the great emperors at this moment. In other words, the great demon god was able to resolve the joint attack of the three great emperors. This battle was different from the previous one. Before, it was a battle for the ownership of the last piece of the Pure Land. What mattered was one's control over the world energy. Whoever had greater control over the world energy would have the upper hand. It had nothing to do with one's own strength. In such a battle, Yang Kai had a unique advantage thanks to the star boundaries world will. He hadn't experienced the terror of the great demon god yet, but at this moment, he truly felt the power of the great demon god. What's more, the world energy was extremely confusing to him. Logically speaking, only those who bore the world will could mobilize the world energy. How could the great demon god use it? The world energy on the great demon god's side was a little unfamiliar to Yang Kai, as if it wasn't the star boundaries world energy. Seemingly seeing the confusion in Yang Kai's heart, Zhong Ruoshi explained, the path of martial Dao is divided into world energy and world energy. Inside world energy, the Emperor Realm is the peak, while above Emperor Realm, one can break free from the shackles of world energy and jump out of it. His current cultivation is at the heaven opening realm, so he can mobilize the world energy without the help of world energy. Heaven opening realm? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Just like when he first heard about the Dao Source realm after escaping from the lower star territory, he was surprised, and a little excited. So, this is the path after the great emperors? Previously, Mo Sheng had also said that the so-called great emperors were merely a title and not a realm. Now that he was also one of the great emperors, he could empathize with Mo Sheng's words. The reason why the great emperors were called the great emperors was because they could mobilize the power of the world and control the power of the entire world. In essence, they had not transcended the emperor realm, but they were indeed much stronger than the average emperor realm. They relied on the world and carried the weight of the world. Only the great emperors were the great emperors. Without this world, the great emperors would not live up to their name. As Zhong Ruoshi said, after reaching the emperor realm, one needed to break free from the shackles of the universe, transcend the world, and create their own world within their own body. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the sensation of swallowing the worldly elixir in the mysterious Heaven Palace. When the worldly elixir had exploded in his stomach, he had felt as if the world had been created. Is this what it feels like? He did not doubt Zhong Ruoshi's words. Ruoshi had obtained Tian Xing's inheritance, and Tian Xing, like the great demon god, was a master outside of the universe. Naturally, he would not be unfamiliar with the martial Dao system outside of the universe. No wonder the great demon god could mobilize the power of the world. Yang Kai had thought that there was a mistake somewhere, but now it seemed that the great demon god was not using the star boundaries world force, but his own. He had long since broken free from the shackles of the universe and formed his own world within his body. What realm are you at now? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Zhong Ruoshi curiously. Ruoshi slowly shook her head, within the universe. Although Ruoshi's strength had greatly increased after going into seclusion, it had still taken her several decades to do so. The inheritance she obtained couldn't possibly allow her to grow beyond the level of the great demon god in such a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ruoshi was as strong as a heavenly emperor, she still hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm. Then aren't we doomed? Yang Kai grinned, but despite his words, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a look of eagerness on his face. He was very familiar with fighting those above his realm, and now that he was going to fight those above his realm as one of the great emperors, he was suddenly looking forward to it. Zhong Ruoshi said, "That's hard to say. His strength has fallen greatly, and he is no longer at his peak. Who lives and who dies will depend on their own means." That's exactly what I was thinking. When the last word fell, Yang Kai had already blasted his spear towards the great demon god. In front of the giant spear, a black ball flashed and disappeared, filling the air with a world-collapsing aura. Zhong Ruoshi also slashed down with her sword, her movements elegant and otherworldly, as if she was an otherworldly being. However, the power of this sword strike caused Mo Sheng's expression to change slightly. When the sword slashed down, a look of pain appeared on his face, as if he had been hit by an invisible attack, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. At this moment, the azure dragon spear arrived in front of him. Mo Sheng was unable to parry it in time and the spear struck his shoulder. As the world energy collided, blood and flesh splattered from his shoulder, and large chunks of flesh flew out. His huge body staggered back as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. So that's how it is. A burst of laughter rang out as Wukong flew forward with a fanatical look in his eyes. The heaven-opening realm, huh? It seems this old master didn't take the wrong path. As he spoke, an illusory scene suddenly appeared behind him. It was a garden with beautiful scenery. There was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and a small pond in the corner. The pond water was clear, and a few koi fish were swimming in it. Beside the pond was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a stone table, and a chessboard was laid out horizontally. The black and white pieces were entangled with each other, and beside the pavilion, a few peach blossoms were falling down in a riot of colors, rendering the scenery extremely beautiful. But from this illusory scene, an extremely terrifying aura could be felt. This was the aura of an entire universe world. As early as the last time he encountered Wukong, Yang Kai had learned that he was devouring the territory of various large and small celestial stars. Yang Kai had even set his sights on his Hung Luo star field. He had also entered this garden before, so he knew the mysteries behind it. This small garden was the result of the fusion of countless celestial stars. The chessboard on the stone table was a vast star field, and the chess pieces were cultivation stars. The last time Yang Kai had come to this garden, there were no peach blossoms, but now, looking at it again, there were many things he had never seen before. It seemed that during this time, Wukong had improved this garden quite a bit. Yang Kai faintly felt that his Hung Luo star field was most likely doomed. It had definitely been devoured by this old fogey. Previously, Yang Kai felt that Wukong's approach was too crazy and unreasonable, but now it seemed that he was the pioneer of the entire star boundary. Outside the universe world, one needed to break free from the shackles of the universe and create a new world. What was the difference between Wukong's actions and creating a new world? Yang Kai could also comprehend a deeper level of the martial Dao from this. From this point of view, it was not a fluke that Wukong could become the great emperors and shake the entire star boundary. His intelligence and wisdom were rare, otherwise, he would not have been able to create something like the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy. In a situation where everyone was confused about the path ahead, Wukong could rely on his own intelligence to figure out some things, making Yang Kai feel inferior. Now, Yang Kai finally understood why Duan Hongchen had allowed Wukong to do whatever he wanted without stopping him. Although the great emperors of the secular world cared about all living things, in the face of the temptation of a deeper level of the martial Dao, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Moreover, Wukong's action of devouring and fusing celestial territory this time was different from what he had done in the past. In the past, he had relied on the heaven-devouring great emperor strategy to destroy all life wherever he went. This time, although he used his ancestral territory as the core to devour and fuse countless celestial territories, he would not harm the foundation of these celestial territories and instead would bring unexpected benefits to the various celestial territories of the lower planes. The garden scene that appeared behind him was the best proof of this. The garden scene had transformed into a world of its own. Although it was not comparable to the world of heaven in the demon territory of the star boundary, it was much better than the various celestial territories of the lower planes. As long as he had this world in hand, Wukong would have the strength of the great emperors. Even without the star boundary to rely on, his strength would not be affected in the slightest. Laughing loudly, Wukong raised his hand and several koi fish that were playing in the pond suddenly leapt out, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they transformed into ferocious giant beasts. Opening their bloody mouths, which were full of jagged fangs, they pounced towards the great demon god. This old bastard is really patient. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Previously, when Wukong fought the great demon god alone, he looked like he could die at any time, but now, it seemed that he had been hiding his strength. Only now did he reveal his ferocious face. The giant beasts exuded terrifying world force from their bodies and arrived in front of the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The great demon god swung his fist and one of the beasts exploded, but the remaining beasts bit into different parts of his body and tore off chunks of flesh. The beasts did not stop and turned around to flee, turning back into koi fish and falling back into the pond. A look of intoxication immediately appeared on Wukong's face, as if he had eaten something delicious. Even his aura rose slightly. Even though they were on the same side, Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Taking advantage of the great demon god's distraction, Yang Kai's black dragon spear turned into a sky full of spear shadows and shot towards the great demon god. At the same time, Zhongruoshi's sword rained down like a waterfall, leaving terrifying wounds on the great demon god's body. "Ants dare to hurt me." The great demon god flew into a rage and waved his hand, shattering the sky full of spear shadows and sword rain. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai and Zhongruoshi were both sent flying. At the same time, Wukong, who had quietly approached the great demon god, was also struck by a palm strike and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai vomited blood, Zhongruoshi vomited blood. Facing the three great emperors, only Wukong had managed to gain a slight advantage. The gap between their realms was like a chasm. Yang Kai's mouth was filled with bitterness as he held his spear in hand and locked his aura onto the great demon god. "His coming." Zhongruoshi suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai, "Stop him for a moment." Yang Kai didn't know who she was referring to, but seeing Ruoshi rush forward again, he could only grit his teeth and follow. With two loud bangs, the great demon god's huge figure exuded a boundless murderous aura. Yang Kai and Zhongruoshi's all-out attack lasted less than a breath of time before they felt a tremendous force bearing down on them, forcing them back involuntarily. Wherever this force passed, the void shattered. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Chapter 3809. The majestic aura it exuded was not one bit inferior to that of the great emperors. Yang Kai was surprised and looked up at the sky, only to see a black dot falling like a meteor at an extremely fast speed. A sense of familiarity emerged in his heart, as if he was very familiar with the object falling from the sky. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately understood who it was and couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise. The black dot rapidly enlarged as it fell, quickly turning into a terrifying object that was several hundred meters tall. It smashed straight towards the great demonic lord, its incomparably ferocious aura leaving no doubt that being struck by it would bring unbearable consequences. The great demon god obviously also sensed it and looked up, his eyes filled with anger as he raised his hand to block it and shouted, "Ant, asterisk Hong." Asterisk before he could finish speaking, the behemoth had already smashed down, the huge impact directly sending the great demon god's 8,000-meter body flying. The ground cracked open, as if a huge earthquake had occurred, causing the entire northern territory to tremble. Roar! A deafening roar came out from its body. The colossus that fell from the sky roared towards the sky, venting the excitement in its heart. Its mountain-like fist pounded its own chest, producing a sound similar to that of a war drum. Layers of sound waves exploded outwards. Xiao xiao. Yang Kai's eyes lost focus as he stared at the 1,000-meter tall figure. If it weren't for the telepathic connection between them, he wouldn't have dared to recognize it. However, this huge monster in front of him was none other than Xiao Xiao, who had followed Zhongruoshi into the blood door. Compared to before, Xiao Xiao was much stronger now. It was simply an earth-shattering change. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel an extremely pure and ancient divine spirit aura coming from him, as if it had stepped out from the long river of history and was the great emperor of the flowing time. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that Xiao Xiao was from the stone mongoose lineage, which contained the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit, Tai Yu. The reason Xiao Xiao was brought into the blood door by Zhongruoshi was to inherit Tai Yu's heavenly palace source. Several decades had passed, and Zhongruoshi had been awakened from her slumber to hunt the enemy, so how could Xiao Xiao still be inside? It was just that his speed was not as fast as Zhongruoshi's, so Zhongruoshi arrived first and he followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had completely transcended the bloodline shackles of the stone mongoose lineage. He was now a true ancient divine spirit, Tai Yu. This was the surprise Zhongruoshi mentioned before. Yang Kai's joy. At this critical moment of the star boundary's existence, the great emperors had returned one after another, Zhongruoshi had come out, and Xiao Xiao's appearance. All of his worries was now, even if he had to die now, of the heavens. To be able to fight side by side with the many people in his heart, his body and mind were already filled with great happiness. In ancient times, divine spirits ran amok, and dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. However, this did not mean that other divine spirits were inferior to dragons and phoenixes. In the long-lost divine spirit ranking, there were many divine spirits whose strength was not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. The legendary Great Peng divine spirit even fed on dragons and was the mortal enemy of the dragon race. As for Tai Yu, even among all the divine spirits in ancient times, he was one of the top existences. Inside the Blood Door, in the Heavenly Palace, with the help of Zhong Ruoxi, a descendant of Tian Xing, Xiao Xiao had completely integrated with his ancestors' bloodline and brought glory to his ancestors. At this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were no less powerful than the two elders of the dragon race. If not for this, Great Demon God would not have suffered a loss as soon as he appeared. His huge figure tumbled, collapsing mountains and reversing rivers wherever he passed. He flew for tens of thousands of kilometers before coming to a stop. When he stood up again, he was already in a sorry state. Great Demon God flew into a rage. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhong Ruoxi and Wukong arrived like shadows. One slashed down with a rain of swords while the other relied on the universe world behind him. When he waved his hand, the peach blossom petals on the peach trees scattered and turned into sharp attacks that cut through Great Demon God's huge body. Each of these attacks contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and each of them could not be taken lightly. Great Demon God roared in pain as blood spurted from his body. But it was not over yet. Tai Yu Xiao Xiao rushed over again, taking advantage of Great Demon God's distraction to arrive in front of him in a few steps and raining punches down like a storm. Mo Shingan did not dare underestimate him and hurriedly defended himself. The two behemoths, thousands of meters tall, fought desperately between heaven and earth. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. As their fists and feet collided, a thunderous boom rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. After 3 breaths, Xiao Xiao was sent flying with several huge fist marks on his chest and a trace of pain showing on his angular face. Even with Wukong and Zhong Ruoxi distracting Great Demon God's attention, he was still not his opponent in this exchange. The gap between them could be imagined. But now, it already had the qualifications to compete with him. And what the star boundary lacked right now was this qualification. He was not afraid of losing, but he was afraid that the gap between them was so big that he did not even have the qualifications to fight. Yang Kai had already pounced forward. His 1,000-meter-long body was massive, but compared to the Great Demon God and Tai Yu, it was still somewhat dwarfed. However, the lethality of the Black Dragon Spear was what the Great Demon God feared the most. This indestructible spear, coupled with Yang Kai's current ability to manipulate the world force and his own comprehension of the martial Tao, would make even Great Demon God feel uncomfortable if he were to take a hit from this spear. The spear seemed to envelop the entire world, and in a flash, the only thing left in the world was the divine light of the spear. Blood spurted out as several bloody holes appeared on Great Demon God's body. Scram! Great Demon God roared as he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. There was nothing fancy about it, but it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to avoid. "Sir, be careful." Ruoxi paled as the huge woman phantom behind her reappeared and swung her sword towards Great Demon God's arm. Wukong laughed from the side, not paying any attention to Yang Kai's life or death. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was constantly in operation. From the Qiankuan world behind him, several koi fish leapt out and turned into monsters that bit off Great Demon God's flesh and blood before returning to the pond. Although the two's attacks were not completely ineffective, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Great Demon God turned a blind eye to the two of them and only focused on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai paled as he pulled back his spear to defend himself. Just as the palm was about to arrive, the earth suddenly trembled and a drumming sound rang out. Yang Kai's eyes swept over from the corner of his eye and his face couldn't help but twitch. Not far from his side, little Xiao, who had been blown away before, had returned, but this time he was holding up a mountain with both hands. This was a real mountain, and Yang Kai didn't know where little Xiao had pulled it out from. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. In just a few steps, little Xiao had arrived in front of Great Demon God and brought the mountain crashing down. Great Demon God had no choice but to raise his palm to block. Under this palm, the falling mountain was smashed to pieces, sending rubble flying everywhere. Using the cover of the rubble, the little figure rushed forward and grabbed one of the great demon god's arms with a twist of his arm. The two behemoths, each several thousand feet tall, once again came face to face with each other. But after suffering a loss just now, little Xiao had learned to be smart. Knowing that he was not a match for Great Demon God in a one-on-one fight, he did not give Great Demon God a chance to display his strength. After grabbing onto his arm, little Xiao clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it into Great Demon God's face. With a loud bang, Great Demon God's head snapped to the side and his brow bone cracked. However, his other fist also smashed into little Xiao's chest. Little Xiao's face immediately contorted in pain, but he refused to let go. Before Great Demon God could pull back his fist, little Xiao's other hand had already grabbed onto Great Demon God's wrist. The two behemoths were entangled with each other as they fell to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Good chance. Zhong Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she wiped her heavenly punishment sword with her finger. Blood flowed down the blade as it hummed incessantly. Suddenly, a series of sword lights appeared behind her. Zhong Ruoxi then pointed her finger forward and the sword lights turned into sharp attacks that shot towards Great Demon God. Wukong's laughter grew crazier and crazier, reaching a point where he had lost his mind. Yang Kai gripped his blue dragon spear with a solemn expression as he poured all of his strength into it. Each spear strike was powerful enough to seriously injure Great Emperor's or Demon Saint, but all it managed to do was leave bloody holes on Great Demon God's body. Great Demon God's blood flowed like a river as he cut an unprecedented sorry figure. Even in the two previous life and death battles he had faced with top masters, he had never been in such a sorry state. Now that his freedom was restricted by Tai Yu and little Xiao, he was completely powerless to resist the attacks of Yang Kai and the others. He was like a fish on a chopping board. Of these three people who had attacked him, which one of them was an ordinary person? The blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and the martial Dao true intent attached to it had made him suffer a lot. Zhong Ruoxi was the descendant of his old enemy, so she knew exactly what kind of attack could cause the most damage to Great Demon God. Finally, Wukong was proficient in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and was constantly devouring Great Demon God's essence. Great Demon God had always been confident in his victory and had always stood high above the clouds, looking down on all living beings. Even when his plan was ruined, Great Demon God was only angry, not afraid. Although his plan had been ruined, he could at most search for another universe world and spend some time to devour the aura of that world. Eventually, he would be able to recover. But now, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of uneasiness. These 4 ants that he didn't put in his eyes might really have the ability to slowly gnaw him into bones and make him fall here. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk the earth-shaking sounds continued. This battlefield was the key to the survival of the star boundary, so Yang Kai and the others did not hold back and went all out. The masters in the other battles also had to pay attention to this battle. Chapter 38:10. Seeing the Great Demon God being suppressed by 4 masters, the great emperors of the star boundary were naturally overjoyed, while the demon saint in the territory of the demon race had ashen faces. Under the investigation of countless divine senses, the Great Demon God's imposing aura began to weaken at a subtle rate. He had tried countless times to break free from Tai Yu's grasp, but no matter how he attacked Xiao Xiao or what kind of injuries he inflicted, Xiao Xiao showed no signs of letting go. It was as if she would take him down with her even if she had to die. The demon saint was shocked, the Great Demon God was shocked. The defeat of the Great Demon God on the main battlefield caused many demon saints' hearts to feel uneasy, and even the Great Emperors and demon saints' battlefields began to change slightly. The battle between the Great Emperors and the Great Emperors finally began to change, and the Great Emperors slowly began to gain the upper hand. Tai Yu's sudden appearance was like the straw that broke the camel's back, bringing about a series of unexpected chain reactions. To the star boundary and the countless living beings of the star boundary, this was simply a pleasant surprise. If this situation continued to develop, Yang Kai and the others really did have a chance of killing the Great Demon God here. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, my subjects, return to me. The Great Demon God's low voice resounded throughout the world, transmitting a strange power. Yang Kai only felt his eyes suddenly heat up, as if a knife had stabbed into his eyeballs, causing a heart-wrenching pain. At the same time, an extremely strong power came from nowhere, causing his eyes to feel as if they were about to leave his body. Not only that, the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupils of purgatory also began to circulate uncontrollably. His left eye was golden while his right eye was pitch black, and two incomparably mysterious powers began to flow out of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly shocked, and the momentum of his spear suddenly stagnated as he quickly flew backwards, opening up some distance between him and Great Demon Lord while simultaneously pouring his strength into his eyes to suppress the incoming attack. Whether it was the demon eye of annihilation or the black pupils of purgatory, they both came from the great demon god's body. During his battle with the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the great demon god's body had been smashed to pieces and his two innate divine eyes had been lost to the outside world. The flowing time Great Emperor's eyes were sentient, each of them having their own fortuitous encounters. Strictly speaking, whether it was the great demon god in Tongxian realm or the Cyclops great demon that had invaded the star boundary, they were both avatars of the great demon god. However, these two avatars had not been intentionally refined by the great demon god and had instead been created unintentionally. Their actions had nothing to do with the great demon god's main body. But no matter what, there was an unbreakable connection between these two eyes and the great demonic god. Fortunately, Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors and had the protection of the world energy around him, otherwise, the great demon god would only need a single thought to take his eyes and cripple his two divine technique. It was precisely because of this concern that when facing the great demon god, Yang Kai had never considered using his demon eye of annihilation or black pupils of purgatory, afraid that he would give the great demon god an opportunity to take advantage of him. But who would have thought that even if he didn't use them, the great demon god would still be able to exert some influence on him? What does he want to do? Yang Kai was extremely vigilant as he stared at the great demon god without blinking, but what made him feel a little relieved was that the great demon god's eyes were still burning, but there was nothing wrong with them. But soon, he understood the great demon god's plan. As those words fell, the demon saint who were entangled with the great emperors on the battlefield actually abandoned their opponents and turned to rush in the direction of the great demon god, completely ignoring the might of the divine technique coming from behind them. A bad feeling rose in his heart as Yang Kai shouted, "Stop them, don't let them come over." The great emperors didn't need him to remind them. When their opponents turned to flee, they were already chasing after them like shadows, the power of laws surging as they fiercely attacked. 7 or 8 demon saint were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but they didn't care about their injuries at all. Dragon roars shook the sky as the great elder and second elder of the dragon race chased after them. In front of them, Xueli Fuyu and Hua Biyu fled in 3 different directions, and the 2 elders didn't know which one to stop. In the blink of an eye, the red demon Hua Biyu, who was at the forefront, had already closed in on the great demon god, his crimson eyes filled with fanaticism. Like him, the other demon saint were all madly chasing after him without exception. Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good, so he stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed at Hua Biyu from afar, shouting, "Condense!" Using the law of space and his control over the power of heaven and earth, even though Hua Biyu was a demon saint, his rushing figure suddenly came to a halt and he instantly froze in place. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was extremely abrupt. Bind. Yang Kai clenched his hand again, causing space to collapse and a world-destroying power to erupt where Hua Biyu was. Hua Biyu spat out blood like boiling magma, exuding a scorching light as he shouted, "Explode!" The round body that was like a winter melon suddenly swelled up, and the skin on the surface of his body turned red as if it was on fire. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a large piece of the vast space disappeared. The self-destruction of the Red Devil was an innate divine ability. There was no need to prepare it, and it could not be suppressed. It was just a matter of a single thought. The self-destruction of an ordinary Red Devil would be extremely powerful, not to mention Huobo, who was a devil saint. However, he was different from ordinary Red Devils. After ordinary Red Devils self-destructed, there would be nothing left of them, but he was safe and sound. Yang Kai staggered back. Although they were separated by a distance of 10,000 meters, the terrifying shockwave caused by Huobiyu's self-destruction blew him back a few steps. The shocking flames retracted and transformed back into Huobiyu's small and round figure. He continued to move forward, but his momentum had obviously decreased significantly. Even though he would not end up with nothing left after self-destruction like an ordinary red demon, Huobiyu's self-destruction had consumed some of his energy. No one could stop him now. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were suppressing Great Demon God with all their strength, while Wukong was eagerly devouring Great Demon God's essence and soul. Zhong Ruo she was slashing down with her sword. The two of them could not afford to be distracted, for fear that Great Demon God would break free if they moved. In the blink of an eye, Huobiyu had rushed to a spot not far from Great Demon God. With a ferocious smile on his face, he formed a seal with his hands and spat out a word that made one's hair stand on end. Explode. With a loud bang, several figures were sent flying. The stalemate was broken at this moment. Great Demon God's huge body tumbled several thousand kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Xiao was furious. It had taken a lot of effort to restrain Great Demon God's freedom, but now Huobiyu's self-destruction had ruined everything. How could it not be angry? Zhong Ruoshi's hair was disheveled, her body was drenched in sweat, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. There was an undercurrent surging in the Qiankuan world behind Wu Kuang. The peach blossoms on the peach trees were scattered all over the ground, and the pond was also rippling. Wu Kuang's face alternated between red and white. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that instant. Asterisk figures rushed over from different directions and threw themselves into the arms of the great demonic god one after another. It was as if they had plunged into a lake. Ripples spread out from the great demonic god's body, and the great demonic saints who had thrown themselves into his body disappeared just like that. Red demon Huobiyu, blood demon Xueli, feather demon Fu Yu, stone demon Mo Kan, bone demon Ji Meng, sand demon Yu Qiu, shadow demon Wu Hua, corpse demon Zhu Kai Yang. One by one, the demon saint who had roamed the demon territory for countless years disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. Seeing that even Chang Tian was about to pounce on him, Yang Kai's expression froze. At this point, how could he not know what the great demon god's intentions were? Although he did not know what kind of changes these great demon saints would bring to the great demon god, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing for the star boundary. Behind Chang Tian, Zhon Wu Hen was in hot pursuit. As expected of the great emperors with the strongest combat strength in star boundary, the other demon saint had already fled, but he actually managed to delay Chang Tian halfway. Although it was impossible to completely stop Chang Tian, it was not a problem to delay him for a dozen breaths. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of Chang Tian in an instant. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head suddenly floated behind him. A pair of majestic dragon eyes stared fixedly at the sky. Dragon pressure filled the air, and Chang Tian's momentum suddenly paused. Chang Tian was also a dragon race, but he was a demon dragon in the demon territory. However, as long as he was a dragon race, he would be affected by the dragon race source. The dragon race was a very strange race. Although their individual strength was extremely strong, and even a newborn dragon race had an advantage that other creatures could not match, the dragon race would be affected by the source. A higher grade source would have an extremely obvious suppressive effect on a lower grade source. When Yang Kai first met Zhu Qing was already an 8th order red dragon, and the average 3rd order Emperor Realm Master was not her opponent. At that time, Yang Kai seemed to be just a 1st order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of strength, he could not compare to Zhu Qing. But in fact, Zhu Qing was completely suppressed by him, and in the end, she suffered a double loss. The reason for this was the suppression of the dragon race source. Under the influence of the golden divine dragon source, Zhu Qing could not display her strength at all. Zhu Qing was like this back then, and it was the same for Chang Tian now. If it were not for the previous situation, Yang Kai would have dealt with Chang Tian first, but he could not afford to be distracted by the confrontation with Great Demon God. At this moment, the overall situation was chaotic, so there was no need to worry about anything. Chang Tian, who was focused on escaping to Great Demon God and had no intention of fighting Zhong Wu Hen, was suppressed by the golden divine dragon source, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Zhong Wu Hen did not show any mercy, his iron fists turning into fist shadows that covered the sky and enveloped Chang Tian. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Chang Tian's blood was spilled, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. After suffering such heavy injuries, even with his demon saint cultivation, Chang Tian could not bear it. On the opposite side, Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and his pure divine sense turned into a sharp attack that broke through Chang Tian's knowledge sea defenses. Chang Tian's face suddenly turned pale, and his body trembled. His mind was unstable, and it seemed like he would fall at any moment. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab him, and with a thought, he put him into the sealed world bead. Success. Although both Zhong Wu Hen and Yang Kai had injured Chang Tian, at this juncture, Yang Kai could not care less. If he could not injure him, then he could only kill him. Chapter 38:11. Compared to losing their lives, such a result was undoubtedly acceptable. This is troublesome. Zhong Wu Hen stared at the colossal body in front of him, a solemn expression on his face. Yang Kai's expression was not much better. Ever since the demon saint entered the great demon god's body, the great demon god's aura had risen steadily, and the pressure he exuded had become even more terrifying. Not only that, but the original injuries on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, the wounds on his body had disappeared without a trace. The actions of the demon saint, like moths to a flame, had not only allowed him to replenish himself greatly, but had also greatly strengthened him. Probing it, it was as if there really was an entire universe hidden within that colossal body, and the aura of the world was rushing towards them. The heaven-opening realm was truly terrifying. Shua shua shua. One figure after another flew through the void and floated on both sides, the auras of the great emperors filling the air. Apart from Yi Ying, who had been killed by Yang Kai, the remaining 9 great emperors of the star boundary had gathered here. Not only that, but there were also the 2 great elders of the dragon race, the descendants of Tian Xing, and Holy Spirit Tai Yu, who had regained the glory of his ancestors. In the entire star boundary, none of the top forces were left out, and the aura they gathered together was not inferior to that of the great demon god. Within his body shrouded in darkness, the great demon god slowly opened his eyes, and the anger from before was gone, replaced by indifference as he swept his gaze over the dozen figures present. This kind of gaze was not unfamiliar to anyone. When looking at the insects on the ground, even ordinary people would look at them with disdain. Although I don't want to admit it, you guys have done a good job. Being able to force this king to this point is beyond this king's expectations, but, let's stop here. How could this king's many years of planning be ruined by the hands of ants like you? It's your honor to be able to die in my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, his cheeks puffed up slightly and a breath of air came out from his mouth, slashing towards the place where the great emperors were gathered. The breath was invisible, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The faces of the great emperors changed drastically, only feeling the aura of death coming towards them. Not daring to be careless, they all moved to stop the attack. With Yang Kai in the lead, the great emperors unleashed their divine technique. The power of heaven and earth was pushed to the limit in an instant. With a loud bang, the world lost its color. Countless cracks slithered through the void like spiritual snakes. At this moment, the world collapsed. It was as if doomsday was coming. With everyone's combined strength, the great demon god's attack was successfully blocked, but no one showed any joy on their faces. This was because just a single breath from the great demon god was already so tyrannical, so if he really went all out, just what kind of scene would that be? In order to ascend to the great emperor realm, everyone present had experienced countless battles of life and death in their lives, but in terms of danger and intensity, there was probably no battle that could compare to this. Even the battle between the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea all those years ago was probably inferior in comparison. And when facing a powerful enemy, especially one whose realm was higher than one's, attack was always the best defense. How could the great emperors not understand this simple truth? Therefore, after the joint attack, almost without the slightest hesitation, the dozen or so figures had already pounced towards the great demon god. There was not the slightest discussion, not even a single exchange of glances, but everyone's movements were the same as one. This was because everyone knew that at this moment, no matter how tenacious their defense was, it would only delay the pace of destruction. Only by attacking head-on could they fight for a way out of this hopeless situation. The figures of the 9 great emperors crossed the heavens and earth like 9 meteors streaking across the sky, ruthlessly slamming into the great demon god. Each of these figures carried the will of the heavens and earth of the star boundary, carrying the hope of all who still lived in the star boundary. On the left and right sides of the 9 figures were the 2 great elders of the dragon race. The 100-meter-long dragon's roar shook the sky, and the dragon's pressure was overwhelming. Above everyone, Zhongruo, she held the heavenly punishment sword, and the huge woman's phantom behind her seemed to come to life. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled as Tai Yu rushed forward. Every step he took crossed the barrier of space and left a deep imprint on the ground. This ancient battle that was destined to be passed down for thousands of years began with the heavenly punishment sword slash. When the sword was unleashed, the only thing left in the world was its brilliance, and the dazzling brilliance caused everyone to be momentarily dazed. Facing this terrifying sword, the great demon god simply raised his fist to meet it. When his fist arrived, the sword light shattered, and Zhongruo, she let out a muffled groan. The heavenly punishment sword phantom behind her also fluctuated. Although your ancestor was amazing, he was pedantic. If he could imitate this king, he would have long since recovered from his injuries and would not have fallen in this universe world. This king will send you on your way first, lest you tarnish the name of your ancestor. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. His fist did not lose its momentum and arrived in front of Zhongruo Shi in the blink of an eye. In front of this incomparably huge fist, Zhongruo Shi was as small as a mosquito. No one doubted that if this delicate body was hit by this fist, it would immediately shatter into pieces. It's not up to you to comment on my ancestor. Ruo Shi grit her teeth and coldly snorted. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly trembled and the shattered sword light turned into a rain of swords that shot forward. Countless years ago, the great demon god and Tian Xing met outside the universe world and fought several times. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. The great demon god fell into the unmatched realm while Tian Xing came to the star boundary. In order to heal his wounds, the great demon god conspired to use the unmatched realm's auspicious power and spent a great deal of energy to turn it into demon territory. Just as he was about to succeed, the flowing time great emperor rushed to the demon territory and fought the great demon god to the death. Although the great emperor's soul was destroyed, he still managed to crush the great demon god. The great demon god could use the auspicious power of the unmatched realm to heal himself. In other words, Tian Xing, who was at the same level as him, naturally had the ability to do the same. But now, it seems that Tian Xing did not do so. Although she left behind a great reputation after falling into the star boundary and was feared by the ancient divine spirits, she did not do anything harmful to the entire star boundary. From this, it could be seen that Tian Xing was not a person who willfully killed the innocent. On the contrary, he was a kind person. If not for this, why would he rather die than damage the universe world? Because of the great demon god's existence, the unmatched realm was turned into a demon territory. The laws of heaven and earth in the universe world changed, and even the human race living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into a demon race. If no one stopped the great demon god's plan this time, then the star boundary would become the second unmatched realm. The flowing time great emperor was really farsighted. When he left the flowing time temple, he said that he had comprehended the principles of the great emperors outside the universe. As for what those principles were, Chongqi did not know. Now, it seemed that the so-called principles were clearly a crisis in the star boundary. At that time, if the great demon god had truly recovered from his injuries, he would have gone to find Tian Xing immediately. But at that time, Tian Xing would have already fallen. Once the great demon god fully recovered and returned to the star boundary, who in the star boundary would be able to compete with him? At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the universe would collapse. Amidst the rain of swords, Zhong Ruoxi's expression was solemn. She had inherited Tian Xing's bloodline and inherited many of her ancestors' memories and experiences, so she knew her ancestors' universe better than anyone else. Now, she could proudly say that her ancestor had not done anything wrong to this world. But in the face of this beautiful world that her ancestor would rather die slowly in pain than damage, even if she died, she had to protect it with all her might. The mighty rain of swords could not stop the great demon god in the slightest. Wherever the giant fist landed, the world would collapse and everything would shatter. If Zhong Ruoxi was alone, she might have died in the next moment. After the demon saint fused with the great demon god's body, the great demon god's strength had increased by more than just a little. However, Ruoxi was not alone. She had the 9 great emperors of the star boundary by her side, as well as the 2 great elders of the dragon race, and Tai Yu, who had accompanied her for decades in the Blood Door. Taking advantage of the great demon god's unguarded state, Xiao Xiao threw a punch at the great demon god's waist. When the punch landed, a huge shockwave spread out, and even the powerful great demon god was forced to stagger. The giant fist heading towards Zhong Ruoxi was involuntarily deflected, and the murderous intent locked onto Ruoxi loosened in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ruoxi's figure fluttered like a butterfly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The great demon god suddenly turned his head, raised his other hand high, and as if the sky was collapsing, he slapped down with his palm. Xiao Xiao raised her arms in an attempt to block the attack, but the palm that slapped down was filled with an irresistible force. Tai Yu, who was several hundred feet tall, was slapped flat on his face and he fell to the ground with his head on his face. His huge body smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. From these cracks, hot magma spewed out and poured over Xiao Xiao's body, making a sizzling sound. Dragon roars could be heard as the 2 elders of the dragon race pounced over from the left and right. Ancient and profound dragon language could be heard as the secret magic of the dragon race smashed down. Blue and white light intertwined, turning into an all-conquering divine technique that instantly enveloped the great demon god. Boundless demonic energy erupted, blocking the blue and white light. Within the dazzling light, a massive dragon claw reached out and viciously clawed at the great demonic god's body. As the sharp dragon claw passed by, large chunks of flesh and blood were torn off. 2 reptiles, you court death. The great demon god roared again and again as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the crystal-clear dragon's body. Squeezing hard, the dragon let out a mournful cry and turned around to bite. At the same time, the blue dragon swept over from the side and swept its tail towards the great demon god's chest. The great demon god turned a blind eye and shook his hand, causing the crystal-clear dragon's body to straighten up like a snake. Grabbing the dragon like a whip, he swept it forward, entangling the 2 dragons and sending them tumbling away into the distance. Heaven and earth force converged, and from the vortex of power, a long spear pierced forward, its body humming with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Behind Yang Kai's 1,000-meter dragon body, 8 figures rushed out in a single file, using the divine technique of the great emperors to shatter heaven and earth, blasting towards the great demon god. In an instant, the world lost its color. Chapter 38:12. Even though the great demon god was unparalleled in his strength, within the universe of star boundary, facing the joint attack of the great emperors that had fused with the world's strength, he could not easily ignore it. With a roar that shook the heavens, the great demon god let out a roar as a rolling sound wave rumbled forward, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Facing this roar, everyone finally understood just how terrifying the great demon god was. The power of his roar was like a star-field storm, causing the earth and stones on the ground to fly thousands of kilometers away, melting and disintegrating in the air. Wherever the shockwave passed, the divine technique of the great emperors was greatly affected, greatly reducing their power. When the shockwaves landed on the great demon god's body, they did not cause him much damage. Only Yang Kai's spear was not affected much. Above the spear, a huge black sphere appeared out of thin air, emitting an aura that could collapse all things. The great demon god reached out to grab the blue dragon's spear. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and poured all of his strength into the spear. Even if he could not do anything to this powerful enemy in front of him, he could at least poke a hole in his palm. The next moment, the great demon god's hand clenched and the black sphere on the blue dragon spear collapsed. The space principles were flattened by a powerful force. The great demon god grinned at Yang Kai and forcefully pulled back, causing Yang Kai to uncontrollably fall towards him as a fist rapidly grew larger in his field of vision. 1,000-meter-long dragon body was originally majestic, but in front of the great demon god, it was like the difference between a child and a strong man. If this fist landed, even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, he would not have it easy. At worst, his head would explode and at worst, his soul would be shaken. At this critical moment, the space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's entire body suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an illusory figure. The huge fist penetrated through the place where Yang Kai's head had originally been and a violent force passed through the obstruction of space and shook Yang Kai's body. With a loud cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had exiled himself at the critical moment and avoided the great demon god's fatal blow, the shockwave still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai tried his best to pull out the spear but was unable to do so, causing him to pale. He wanted to give up on the blue dragon spear, but at the same time, he was extremely reluctant to do so. There was already a gap in strength between him and great demon god, so without the blue dragon spear, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to great demon god. However, while he was catching his breath, the other 8 great emperors had already arrived. The iron blood banner fluttered in the wind, and the crimson light seemed to be made of fresh blood. Zhong Wu Hen flew over and punched out with his ant-like body, which collided with the mountain-like fist of the great demonic god. The scene looked like an ant hitting an elephant with all its might. Logically speaking, an elephant shouldn't feel anything. However, Zhong Wu Hen's punch caused the great demonic lord's arm to explode. His huge body was pushed back slightly. Although the difference in size was huge, how could Zhong Wu Hen be a real ant? How could the all-out attack of the great emperors be useless? Falling flowers, wither. With a tender shout, the great emperors of flowery shadow solemnly waved their hands, causing a rain of flowers to fall from the sky, converging into a multicolored light that blasted towards the great demon god's left eye. 1,000 feet of ice cliff. Ice Feather Great Emperor held a sparkling long sword in his hand. He touched the blade with his finger and swung it down. A coldness that could penetrate one's heart filled the air. The sword light that seemed to be able to split the world was aimed at great demonic god's other eye. Serene Soul Finger. Pure spiritual energy erupted from the illusory aura as the great emperors of Serene Soul pointed a finger at the great demon god with a dignified expression. This finger attack did not harm the body but instead aimed directly at the great demon god's soul. All beasts of the world, heed my command, myriad beast art. The martial beast roared as he punched out. From the after-images of his fists, numerous lifelike strange beasts of different sizes rushed out. Among these strange beasts, there was no lack of divine spirits. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strange beasts had gathered and rushed towards the great demon god, gnawing, biting, clawing, scratching, and doing whatever they could. Primal chaos. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill gently spat out these 2 words and formed a seal with one hand. A flame suddenly flew out from the tip of his finger. This flame was extremely weak and exuded a faint yellow light, like the light of a dying candle. Even in the dark of night, it could only illuminate a radius of a few dozen feet at most. However, wherever the flame passed, the void was scorched black, as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand the heat of this flame. Primal Chaos Sacred Flame, a unique flame of the heavens and earth, was not inferior to the true phoenix fire and could incinerate all things in the world. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill were indeed not good at fighting. He had devoted all his energy to alchemy and had even sought to become one of the great emperors. Just because he was not good at fighting did not mean that he could not fight. This Primal Chaos Sacred Flame was his strongest trump card, something he had obtained by chance when he was young. After cultivating it for several tens of thousands of years, even the other masters of the great emperors of Wondrous Pill did not dare face it head-on. Facing a powerful enemy like the great demon god, the great emperors did not hold back and immediately used their most powerful moves, hoping to severely injure or kill him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, even if they could hold on, the heavens and earth would not be able to withstand such a battle and would sooner or later completely collapse. When that time came, the star boundary would cease to exist. However, this was not the end. At some unknown point, Wukong had arrived above the great demon god's head and slammed his palm down while shouting, "Prison circle." As his words fell, a huge divine tree appeared out of thin air. This divine tree was even taller than the great demonic god, and its huge treetop covered his entire body. From its roots drilled out like flood dragons, wrapping around the great demonic god. In the blink of an eye, the great demonic god was wrapped up like a dumpling. Wind. Wukong shouted again and opened his mouth to spit out a gust of astral wind that transformed into a wind blade that slashed down at the great demon lord. The wind blade seemed unremarkable, but the terrifying destructive power contained within it was something that even the great demon lord did not dare to underestimate. Ancient astral wind. Divine tree white barbarian. These two killing moves looked familiar to Yang Kai, and he suddenly recalled that in the Shattered Star Sea, when Duan Hongchen and Wukong fought, the two of them had each used one of these moves. Now that the two of them had merged into one body, it was not difficult to control them. The 9 great emperors attacked together. Besides the great Emperor Heaven's Revelations, who had only casually sent out a few palm strikes, the remaining 8 great emperors had all brought out their trump cards. Heaven's Revelations' eyes were as deep as the sea, seemingly grasping the trajectory of fate. Such a violent attack, such a decisive stance, caused the entire star boundary to tremble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai struggled to pull out his spear and finally broke free from the great demon god's shackles. With a swish, the wind blade cut into the great demonic god's shoulder. In an instant, blood splashed out, and the sword imbued with the law of ice slashed into the great demonic god's eyes. The great demonic god closed his eyes, and his eyelids were like the strongest defense, allowing the 2 great emperor divine abilities to create dazzling sparks. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and left a long scorch mark on the great demon god's body. An unpleasant smell filled the air, as if something had been roasted. Not only that, countless strange beasts had gathered around his enormous body and were gnawing at his flesh with their claws and mouths. "Get out of my sight!" the great demon god roared, an unparalleled power erupting from his huge body. The divine wood-white barbarian rustled as countless roots were broken. The huge tree suddenly disappeared, and the countless strange beasts that had bitten the great demon god's body also collapsed at this moment, causing specks of light to fill the world. The great demonic god punched out, a straight punch without any fancy moves. It looked extremely casual, but this punch caused everyone's expression to change. This was because in everyone's eyes, this punch seemed to be aimed at them. Moreover, it seemed to have locked down the world and locked down their auras, making it impossible for them to dodge. Asterisk peng peng peng. Asterisk. A series of muffled sounds rang out as figures were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood as they felt the blood in their chests and abdomens roiling. "I'll start with you." The great demon god's fist turned into a palm as he fiercely slammed it to the side. The giant palm blotted out the sky, and the one beneath it was none other than the great emperors of Flower Shadow. The great emperors of Flower Shadow had never experienced such a dangerous moment in their lives, so she couldn't help but turn pale as she hastily wrapped herself in a rain of petals, forming layers of protection. However, as the giant palm slammed down, the rain of petals quickly collapsed like snowflakes under the scorching sun. At this critical moment of life and death, a figure soared through the air. The great emperors of Heaven's Revelations stood in front of the Flower Shadow and raised their hands to throw out an object. This object expanded with the wind, turning into a giant tortoise shell that covered the two of them. The tortoise shell had complex natural patterns on it that pulsed with an extremely ancient aura. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, his space principles fluctuating as he rushed forward with his spear, thrusting it towards the great demon god's giant palm. This spear strike finally paid off, piercing through the great demon god's palm, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Kai Yang was also sent flying by this palm. Several of the bones in his body were broken. While he was in the air, a series of explosive sounds came from his body. Hong. Although it was slightly blocked by Yang Kai's spear, the palm still slammed down. Above the giant tortoise shell, the phantom of a black tortoise suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky. As the giant palm fell, the black tortoise shattered, and the light on the tortoise shell suddenly dimmed. When the great demon god withdrew his palm, the tortoise shell turned into a stream of light, revealing the figures of heaven's revelations and flower shadow below. Although their expressions were ugly, the two great emperors of flower shadow were not seriously injured. On the other side, young Kai was sent flying for 1,000 kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Looking up, his mouth was full of bitterness. Was this the absolute gap in strength? To be honest, the great demonic god's methods weren't all that surprising. Now, he had no choice but to bring forward his plans. He had borrowed Huang Wuji's body to resurrect himself and fused with the other great demonic saints. He didn't even have a single decent exotic treasure on hand, so he could only use the same few killer moves. However, this overwhelming strength rendered all the great emperor's methods useless. Their attacks could not cause any fatal damage to the great demon god, and their own defenses were as fragile as paper. If it were not for the great emperors of heaven's revelations paying attention to the situation and saving the great emperors of great emperors at the critical moment, it was likely that the flower shadow great emperors would have died. Chapter 38:13. Facing such a powerful enemy, Star Boundary's side seemed to have no choice but to accept their fate and accept their deaths. However, Yang Kai and the other great emperors did not recognize this. Even if the enemy was difficult to stop, even if everyone was injured, they were still full of fighting spirit. This was the heaven and earth that gave birth to them, so how could they abandon it? Moreover, without the support of this heaven and earth, the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. Since the great demon god had appeared, if they could not kill him here, then Star Boundary would definitely perish, and everyone would only die. Strictly speaking, the great demon god in front of them was not undefeatable in the eyes of the great emperors. The previous attacks had already caused some damage to him, and although the injuries were not serious, they were still hope. The main reason for the current situation was that the 7 great emperors, who had just escaped, were unable to display their full strength. They had been trapped in that inexplicable space for several years, and had also been subjected to the demon saint's secret technique, so they were no longer at their peak. At this moment, the 7 great emperors, led by Zhong Wu Hen, could not display even 70% of their peak strength. Facing the demon saint whose strength had also greatly decreased, they could still hold their ground, but facing the great demon god who had fused with many demon saints, they were somewhat powerless. Since that was the case, they could only risk their lives. *1. A strange buzzing sound was heard, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Zhong Wu Hen's space distort. His long hair and clothes fluttered without any wind, and the surface of his body was filled with a layer of dark red light. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. At first, he was somewhat worried, but then he immediately felt relieved. Zhong Wu Hen's action was undoubtedly stimulating his own blood essence, burning it in exchange for greater strength. Such an action was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Blood essence was the essence of a person's cultivation, so it could not be used lightly. Once it was used, regardless of success or failure, it would definitely cause great damage to one's yuan qi. In serious cases, it could even damage one's cultivation. As great emperors, why would they do this unless they had no other choice? However, at this moment, Zhong Wu Hen could not care so much. If the star boundary was destroyed, how could there be an unscathed egg under an overturned nest? For the sake of this world, not to mention burning his blood essence, even if he had to sacrifice his life, Zhong Wu Hen would not even frown. Buzz, as if they had discussed this beforehand, after Zhong Wu Hen burned his essence blood, the other great emperors all followed suit. In an instant, their slightly weakened auras rose steadily. Not only did they recover to their peak strength, they even surpassed it. The vitality of the great emperors was extremely exuberant. After their blood essence was burned, a dazzling light immediately appeared between the heavens and earth, as thick as blood. Yang Kai's mind surged as an uncontrollable impulse filled his chest. With a dragon's roar, his blood essence also burned. However, his situation was different from the other great emperors. Zhong Wu Hen and the others burned their blood essence and were covered in a blood-red light, while Yang Kai's body was shrouded in a brilliant golden light. It was as if he had transformed into a dazzling sun, dispelling the haze between the heavens and earth. The dazzling golden sun suddenly leapt high into the sky, pausing for a moment before pouncing in front of the great demon god. Enveloped in this golden light, the black dragon spear transformed into countless spear shadows. Each spear strike contained an extremely strong true meaning of the martial Tao, and with each strike, a huge black sphere would be destroyed. The void shattered as the great demon god staggered back. He roared, "Ignorant scoundrel, you still dare to resist." Swinging his fist, a violent force surged forward. Yang Kai raised his spear to block it, but his body shook violently. A mouthful of blood boiled in his chest, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Dragon roars shook the heavens as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked from the left and right. Their 100 jonglong bodies exuded a brilliant aura as they opened their mouths and spat out a dragon's breath towards the great demon god. The great demon god did not dodge, or rather, he had no intention of dodging from the beginning. He simply allowed the dragon's breath to hit his body. When he stretched out his right hand, it suddenly became abnormally dry and withered, but at the same time, it exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Blood splashed into the sky as the great elder retreated with a sorrowful cry. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and dragon scales had been peeled off. If not for Fu Ti sacrificing himself to save him at the critical moment, everyone would have doubted whether the dragon race's great elder would have survived this attack. Yang Kai, who had been forced back, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the great demon god's right hand. He faintly felt that this hand was extraordinary. Before this, the great demon god's right hand had not been like this, but just now, it seemed to have changed. Be careful of that right hand, it may be the remnant of his main body. Zhong Wu Hen's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. No one knew better than him just how terrifying this hand was. Previously, when he was trapped in that inexplicable space, Huang Wuji had once used a withered broken palm to deal with him. Although that broken palm was withered and decayed, the killing power it could display was extremely terrifying. Zhong Wu Hen had also thought about it before. If a broken palm could display such power, then how strong was its owner? That was until he met the great demon god. That broken palm was undoubtedly the great demon god's hand. During his battle with the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor's soul had been destroyed and the great demon god's body had been shattered. However, this broken palm had been preserved to this day. Since the great demon god had possessed Huang Wuji's body, he had naturally taken back the broken palm that Huang Wuji had been protecting. At this moment, it was finally showing its true power. In Huang Wuji's hands, the broken palm was only a broken palm, and the power it could display was limited, but in the hands of the great demon god, the broken palm's full power was undoubtedly unleashed. With a single palm, it could break all methods. While he was transmitting his voice to the others, Zhong Wu Hen had already rushed out, reaching out to grab the iron blood banner on his back and sending it flying towards the great demon god. The banner flapped loudly in the wind, instantly covering an area of 100 kilometers, completely enveloping the surrounding space. However, in the next moment, with a light tearing sound, a giant hand reached out from the area enveloped by the banner. The great demon god had escaped and the iron blood banner was torn to shreds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great emperors rushed forward like meteors, and amidst the bloody light, the great emperor's divine technique was unleashed one after another. The great demon god was powerful and invincible, but in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4. Under the joint attack of the great emperors, the great demon god could not block all of their attacks. With a loud rumble, his several thousand jong tall body swayed a few times as blood splattered from his body. Suffering from the pain, the great demon god's eyes were filled with anger. Completely abandoning his defenses, he reached out to grab at a certain spot in the void. In that direction, Fu Shun was covering the injured Zhu Yang as they retreated, but when he saw the giant hand coming towards him, he was unable to dodge and his dragon tail was grabbed. The several hundred jong long dragon body was like a small snake in the great demon god's hand as it was dragged in front of him. Zhu Yang was shocked and rushed forward to rescue him. I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. The great demon god roared and really did it, his right hand stabbing towards Fu Shun's back. The defense that the dragon race was so proud of was as weak as paper in front of the great demon god. As blood splattered, Fu Shun cried out in grief. The great demon god clenched his fist once more and fiercely pulled outwards. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dragon tendons on Fu Shun's back were exposed, as if they would be pulled out in the next moment. The laws of space surged as Yang Kai arrived in front of the great demon god in an instant. With all his strength, he thrust his spear towards the great demon god's left eye. The great demon god coldly closed his eyes, and at the same time, his rolling demonic chi converged towards his left eye. The black dragon spear struck his closed eyelid, and as if it had pierced the hardest metal, an ear-piercing sound of friction could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. This aggressive spear only left a faint trace of blood on the great demon god's eyelid, and did not cause any substantial damage to him. A flame flew over and wrapped around the great demon god's right wrist, instantly turning into a ring of fire. The primal chaos sacred fire burned fiercely, and an aura that could burn all things and a burnt smell filled the air. The great demon god roared in pain, and his hand involuntarily loosened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun turned his head and bit towards the great demon god. His sharp dragon teeth ruthlessly pierced into the great demon god's arm, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Tai Yu punched out, and an iron fist that could break through the void smashed towards the great demon god's back. The other great emperor's divine technique also struck out, and all of them greeted the great demon god's right hand. One person's strength was small, but two great emperors had more strength. How terrifying was the combined attack of the great emperors? No matter how unwilling he was, his hand movements couldn't help but become sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun swept the divine dragon tail at the great demon god's chest, causing a deafening sound. The great demon god staggered back, and Fu Shun finally broke free, his dragon blood sprinkling across the sky. Ever since the change in the right hand, the great demon god had attacked twice, and the two great elders of the dragon race were already injured. One of them had a large piece of flesh clawed off his chest, and the other almost had his dragon tendons pulled out. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it made everyone's heart tremble. But no one retreated, even the injured Zhu Yang and Fu Shun did not retreat. After the couple met up, they turned around and pounced towards the great demon god again. The auras of the two dragons seemed to have merged into one at this moment, resonating with each other, and the two dragons coiled around the great demon god from both sides. Since the start of the battle, unless one side was completely defeated, it was impossible to stop. Roars and roars spread to every corner of the star boundary, and the tremors of heaven and earth spread to the most remote corners. Yang Kai was bleeding, the two great elders of the dragon race were bleeding, the other great emperors were bleeding, and the great demon god was also bleeding. Terrifying cracks appeared on Tai Yu's body that seemed to be made of stone. In this battle, everyone was going all out, and no one dared to hold back. In today's battle, either you die, or I die. The great emperors of heaven's revelations had saved others many times at critical junctures, but as the price, the black tortoise shield that had accompanied him for many years was also shattered by the great demon god. The primal chaos sacred flame's radiance grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candlelight in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, it was trapped by a pure demonic chi. The great emperors of wondrous pills made hand seals with one hand, controlling the primal chaos sacred flame to burn the demonic chi, while also consuming the great demon god's energy. His face was as pale as paper, and he stuffed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth. One of Tai Yu's arms hung limply at his side, and when he ran, he no longer had the unstoppable momentum he had before, and he was now limping. Yang Kai's body was dripping with blood, and the bloody light that enveloped the bodies of the great emperors was also incomparably dim. Chapter 38:14. The great emperors were gasping for breath while the great demon god's body was covered in wounds. The battle had reached its most critical juncture. Although the great demon god's eyes were lofty and arrogant, constantly calling them ants, the dozen or so ants in front of him already had the qualifications to threaten his life. After all, he was not at his peak. Even if his plan this time was a complete success and he managed to devour the star boundary's spiritual aura, the only effect he could achieve was a revival. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need a long flowing time Great Emperor to settle down and cultivate diligently. Not to mention that even his original plan had suffered a setback. Currently, no one knew how much of his strength he could display, but this small amount of strength was enough to force the star boundary to go all out. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with roars and roars. One figure after another was sent flying back and forth as divine technique after divine technique blossomed. The strength that everyone could display was decreasing. This was the case for the great demon god, and it was also the case for the great emperors. Such an intense battle was a huge burden on anyone. At a certain moment, Zhong Wu Hen resolutely stepped forward, his originally weak aura suddenly surging as he shouted, "Break his palm." After fighting for a long time, everyone could see that if it were not for the great demon god's right hand, the strength that the great demon god could display right now would definitely be greatly reduced. However, the might of that right hand was simply too terrifying, causing everyone's attacks to be obstructed. As long as they could cut off that hand, it would be equivalent to removing the great demon god's sharpest attack. At that time, they would definitely be able to change the current situation. As such, Zhong Wu Hen's target was the great demon god's right hand. Everyone understood. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill bit the tip of their tongues and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood melted into the void and turned invisible. The primal chaos sacred flame, which had been trapped by the pure demonic chi, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. It burned the demonic chi around it and coiled around the right hand of the great demonic god like a fire snake. Martial beast punched, an ice feather flower attacked. Even the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who had been in charge of defense, took out an ancient bronze coin. Wrapped in the coin, they turned into a ray of green light and slashed at the great demonic god's right hand. The great emperors of the Serene Soul poured out their soul energy and attacked the great demonic god's sea of consciousness. Blood instantly flowed out of his 7 orifices and his whole body swayed. His face was frighteningly pale. The 2 great elders of the dragon race also joined forces and rushed over. They tangled with each other and turned into 2 streaks of green and white light, carrying with them a resolute determination that would never return. Wukong cackled strangely, "Awesome, awesome. Wahahahaha." He laughed crazily and attacked even more crazily. The shadow of the universe world behind him had already completely fused with his body, and he used all of his cultivation to point his finger downwards. The great demonic god's expression finally changed. Although he had always been fighting against the strongest forces in the entire star boundary, he had always been confident in his victory. But now, he finally felt a trace of crisis. This round of fierce attacks made even him tremble in fear. The huge Tai Yu pounced down from the sky and smashed his fist down. The great demonic god roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. 2 fists the size of small mountains collided with each other, producing a loud sound that shook the heavens. The great demonic god's feet sank and his whole body sank into the ground. With his feet as the center, the ground collapsed. Tai Yu was sent flying. Terrifying cracks suddenly appeared on his body that was several hundred meters tall. Large chunks of his body fell to the ground and disintegrated after flying a few hundred meters. Yang Kai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He didn't have the time to carefully check Xiao Xiao's situation. He pointed his spear at the great demonic god's right wrist that he didn't manage to withdraw in time. Blood splattered as the huge black dragon spear directly cut open a huge wound on the great demonic god's wrist, revealing the muscles and bones inside. Scram! The great demonic god roared and spat out a blast of air that swept Yang Kai away. At this time, Zhong Wu Hen, Bing Yu, and Hua Ying's attacks arrived. After a few sizzling sounds, more than half of the great demonic god's right hand was broken. Blood flowed out from the wound and demonic chi started to form. The 2 elders of the dragon race also arrived. They stretched out their dragon claws and firmly restrained the great demonic god's movements. They opened their bloody mouths and bit at the wound, tearing off flesh and blood. The great demonic god's right hand smashed down, and the two elders of the dragon race let out sorrowful cries as they were smashed into the ground. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and wrapped around the broken hand. With a sizzling sound, the wound rapidly expanded and even the bones inside were broken. The great demonic god was enraged. He reached out with his other hand and grabbed the primal chaos sacred flame, fiercely pulling it out. Immediately, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, the great demonic god stuffed it into his mouth and began chewing. From his mouth and nose, flames spurted out, but the great demonic god's expression was fierce as he forced himself to endure. The wondrous pill Great Emperor's complexion instantly turned as white as paper and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The primal chaos sacred flame had been refined by him for tens of thousands of years and had long since become one with his soul. Now that the great demonic god had played with it, he had also suffered considerable damage. "Break for me," Wukong roared as he poured all of his strength into his finger and pointed at the wound on the great demonic god's right hand. Catcher. With a crisp sound, the great demonic god's right hand was separated from his left arm and fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Success. Everyone's joint attack, including the full force of their trump cards, had finally yielded results. However, a sense of uneasiness suddenly filled the world. With his right hand cut off, the great demonic god grinned, "All of you, die for this king." As soon as these words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the falling severed hand and at the same time, it suddenly began to swell. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. No one had expected that the great demon god would be able to play such a trick on a mere severed palm. The signs of swelling and the dangerous aura it exuded undoubtedly indicated that the great demon god could cause this severed palm to explode. Although this would cause great damage to his body, the price star boundary would have to pay would be even greater. At this time, everyone was an arrow at the end of its flight and no one had the confidence to survive the explosion of this severed hand. Even whether or not star boundary could survive was another matter altogether. As the aura of death enveloped star boundary, Zhong Wuhen's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He had used all his strength and put his own life on the line, but he had still failed to save this world. Since that was the case, he could only live and die with this world. Instead of retreating, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor rushed towards the great demonic god with a calm expression, preparing his final killing move. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the severed hand, grabbed it, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone could clearly see that the figure who had suddenly appeared was none other than Yang Kai. Only he, who cultivated the space principles, could arrive in time at this critical moment. No one else had this ability. At this moment, he had undoubtedly brought the dangerous severed palm into the crack in the void. The next moment, the space where Yang Kai disappeared suddenly shook violently and a black dot appeared there. This black dot rapidly expanded, spreading wildly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it had swallowed a large area of the void. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the black void that was still expanding. Even though a powerful enemy was present, they were still dazed. This spreading void was undoubtedly the power produced by the explosion of the severed palm. It directly affected the world of the star boundary through the cracks in the void. Such a terrifying power was even more frightening than they had imagined. If it had really exploded in star boundary, the entire star boundary might have collapsed and ceased to exist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought the severed hand into the void at the last moment, saving this world at the most dangerous moment. But what about Yang Kai? The power of the explosion of the severed hand was so great, could Yang Kai withstand it? He couldn't. No one could come out unscathed from such a terrifying attack. At this moment, Yang Kai had most likely been smashed to pieces. Even though they were unwilling to admit it, the great emperors had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. No. A mournful cry resounded through heaven and earth, like a cuckoo weeping blood. Among the crowd below, Su Yang, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and Yu Qing were all screaming hysterically. If it weren't for the people beside them stopping them, they would have immediately rushed forward. In a battle between the great emperors, apart from the great emperors, no one could interfere, not even the false emperors or ordinary divine spirits. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were only able to participate because they had completely stimulated their ancestors' source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, restoring the glory of their ancestors in ancient times and gaining strength comparable to the great emperors. However, in such a battle, Tai Yu was constantly pushed back and was now completely dismembered, his life or death unknown. There was no need to mention Su Yang and the others. They had been watching from below in fear all this time. When they saw Yang Kai bleeding and injured, they were extremely nervous, but when they saw the great demon god injured, their hearts were filled with excitement. Who would have thought that they would suddenly witness such a scene? Without the slightest warning, the man who was going to accompany them for the rest of their lives disappeared into the void. Su Yang's tender body trembled violently. She could no longer feel Yang Kai's existence, and even the connection between them that would never disappear was completely severed at this moment. On the other side, Dong Suju's eyes rolled back and she directly fainted on the ground. It had only been a few days since he became one of the great emperors, yet he had died so young. Could it be that he was really the shortest-lived great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary? Zhon Wu Hen and the others felt grief in their hearts, but they did not have the time to mourn. Each of them sorted out their emotions as quickly as possible and brazenly attacked with their dying bodies. The great emperors of the void had already fallen, but as long as they could protect this world, they would not be stingy with their lives. Rumbling sounds once again resounded throughout the world. The repeated collisions and clashes were as brilliant as flowers, causing the entire star boundary to tremble. Just as everyone had expected, after the great demon god's right hand was cut off, he immediately became like a tiger without its fangs. Not only did his momentum fall by a large margin, even his attacks were not as fierce as before. It seemed that the loss of his severed hand had caused him great damage. Chapter 38:15. But the same was true for the great emperors. The previous joint attack had almost exhausted all of their mental strength. No one knew how this battle would end until the very end, but judging from the current situation, no matter who won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. The world fell apart, the world's world energy was in chaos, and the energy was violent. One figure after another rushed towards the great demon god, only to be knocked back, and then rush over again. The cycle repeated itself, dyeing the world red with blood. Floating in the void, Yang Kai fell into a very strange state, as if he had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle. His entire being was filled with a deep sense of tranquility. He no longer felt any pain from before. He wanted to clench his fists, but he found that he was powerless. He wanted to move his head, but he was powerless. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had disappeared. In a daze, he recalled that he had brought the broken palm into the void and then suffered a violent shock, which then led to the current situation. What was this? Had he been smashed to pieces? Yang Kai was a little dazed. No, he didn't want to become the shortest-lived great emperors in the history of the Star Boundary. He had just become one of the great emperors not long ago, and he was still very young. He still had a lot of flowing time great emperors to squander. When he felt the great crisis contained in the broken palm, his mind went blank, and there was only one thought in his mind: hurry up and take the broken palm away, otherwise, a great disaster would descend upon the Star Boundary. However, when this result was placed in front of him, Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. Did he regret it? Honestly speaking, he didn't regret it too much. If he could do it again, even if he knew the result at that time, he would have made the same choice. In that world, there were people who cared about him, and people who regarded him as the most important person in their lives. For those people, what did it matter if his body was smashed to pieces? But if he had really been smashed to pieces, then what was the current situation? His body had been smashed to pieces, but his soul hadn't been destroyed. But his body had been smashed to pieces by the broken palm, so how could his soul remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai clearly sensed that his spirit had not suffered any impact and was still intact. Then, he realized that his spirit wasn't floating in the void crack. Instead, he was hiding in the stamen of a 7-colored lotus flower. The petals wrapped around him, isolating him from all dangers around him. Soul-warming lotus. So that's how it is. It was the soul-warming lotus that protected his soul during that terrifying impact, allowing him to survive. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth that had unimaginable miraculous effects. Yang Kai had obtained it when he was very weak and stored it in his knowledge sea. After so many years, the soul-warming lotus had constantly nourished his divine soul, allowing him to strengthen his divine soul without doing anything special. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth for the divine soul, so it was not surprising that it could protect his divine soul at a critical moment. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's heart relaxed. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was smashed to pieces, it wouldn't be too terrible. At worst, he could just find a body to possess like the great demon god and start all over again. However, this was the void crack, and besides him, very few people would come here, so there was no way he could possess a body. This was a bit difficult. At this moment, without a physical body, Yang Kai couldn't use any of his abilities, so even if he wanted to leave the void crack, he was powerless. What's the situation in the star boundary? The great demon god should be unable to hold on for much longer. I wonder if the remaining people can kill the great demon god and what kind of price they will have to pay. Thinking too much, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. After losing the shackles of his physical body and only his soul remained, his entire being seemed to become sluggish. Even though he no longer had a physical body, there was still a warm feeling surrounding him, making him feel as if he had returned home, making him feel extremely comfortable. It didn't seem like a bad choice to continue sleeping like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai's thoughts gradually came to a halt, as if he was about to fall into an eternal slumber. Suddenly, a tear-stained face flashed before Yang Kai's eyes and he woke up abruptly, a great fear enveloping his heart. How are Su Yang and the others now? They should have seen my situation and are probably heartbroken right now. If I can't go back, how sad will they be? I have to go back. Even if I don't have a physical body, I have to go back and tell them that I'm safe. As long as I can go back, I can find the great emperors to refine a flesh incarnation pill for me. Back then, Tian Yang also didn't have a physical body and relied on the flesh incarnation pill to shape his body. If Tian Yang could do it, so could Yang Kai. As for the flesh incarnation fruit needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill, Yang Kai didn't have it for the time being, but there was a fruit tree in his sealed world beads medicine garden. Back then, he had planted that fruit tree in his medicine garden, so as long as he waited a few more years, it would eventually blossom and bear fruit. Thinking so, Yang Kai was startled again. What about the sealed world bead? For a long time, the sealed world bead had been kept in his body, but now that he had been smashed to pieces, the sealed world bead was probably not in a good condition either. Perhaps it had been shattered along with his physical body. Thinking so, Yang Kai panicked and hurriedly checked his surroundings. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the void was full of minced flesh and broken limbs, as well as a large amount of golden blood. My shattered body is really ugly. Yang Kai felt relieved. He didn't see any traces of the sealed world bead's explosion here. The territory inside the sealed world bead was enormous. If it had really been shattered, there would definitely be a large number of remnants of the sealed world bead in this starfield. Since he didn't see any, it meant that the sealed world bead should be fine. As long as the sealed world bead was fine, everything was fine. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Relying on the invisible spiritual connection, Yang Kai quickly found the sealed world bead in the midst of the chaos. It wasn't too far away from him. Locking onto the sealed world bead with his divine sense, he summoned the sealed world bead into the soul-warming lotus. Transforming into his soul avatar, Yang Kai picked up the sealed world bead, kissed it fiercely, and sighed with emotion. However, it was not by luck that the sealed world bead was safe and sound. This thing had been stored inside his body all this time, and when the broken palm exploded, Yang Kai's physical body was blown to pieces, so a lot of its power should have been consumed, so there shouldn't be much left of it that could affect the sealed world bead. The soul-warming lotus and the sealed world bead, these two treasures had always accompanied him on his path of growth, so neither of them could be discarded. Yang Kai couldn't care less about the situation outside right now, nor did he have the ability to do so, so he simply put everything aside and thought about his future. The most important thing right now was to investigate the situation of the flesh incarnation fruit tree. This thing's growth cycle was really long, and Yang Kai didn't want to wait for thousands of years. If there was really no other way, he could only ask the two little wood spirits to find a way to accelerate its ripening. With their abilities, they should be able to do so. With a thought, Yang Kai's soul avatar escaped into the sealed world bead and directly appeared in the medicine garden. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard his voice and came over, bowing respectfully. "Master." They didn't find anything strange about it. Yang Kai often entered the medicine garden with his soul avatar, so they were already used to it, so they didn't expect that this time, even if Yang Kai wanted to enter with his physical body, he wouldn't be able to do so. Yang Kai nodded and said with a heavy expression, "Your master is in trouble, big trouble. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now is the time when I need you too." Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other, the former saying, "Master, you've never raised us." It had always been the two of them who were busy in the medicine garden. Unless Yang Kai needed them, they basically wouldn't come over. Since the two little wood spirits had followed him, they had been like two laborers. Moreover, whenever Yang Kai was injured, it was the two of them who helped heal him. Yang Kai's soul avatar didn't blush as he raised his hand and said, "Now, only the two of you can help me with this matter. Whatever Master wants us to do, just tell us." The innocent Mu Lu was excited by Yang Kai's words, clenching her small fists and putting on a posture of devotion until her last breath. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand and held her forehead, sighing and shaking her head. "I was beaten to death." Yang Kai looked at them with a serious face. Mu Zhu blinked her eyes, but Mu Lu's eyes suddenly reddened. She said nervously, "Ah? Then what do we do? Master, are you all right?" Mu Zhu slapped the back of her head and scolded, "Don't believe everything people say. Grow a brain, okay? But, Master was beaten to death." Mu Lu's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Mu Zhu was exasperated. If he was dead, how could he run in here and talk to you? Mu Lu was a little stunned, but she finally recovered and said excitedly, "Yes, yes." She turned to look at Yang Kai. "Master, you're joking, right? I also want to joke with you, but I'm not in the mood right now." Yang Kai shrugged. "I'll say it again seriously. I was beaten to death." Mu Zhu frowned and looked him up and down. "Are you serious? How could it be fake? Then this king has the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Although my physical body is destroyed, my divine sense will not die." Yang Kai waved his hand and a scene appeared beside him. It was the scene in the void. Seeing the mangled flesh and broken limbs everywhere, the two little wood spirits paled. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai was not joking. This guy in front of them had really been smashed to pieces. "Master, does it hurt?" Mu Lu's tears flowed down again. That tragic scene made her heart tremble, not to mention Yang Kai who had been in it before. "What do you want us to do?" Mu Zhu's expression also became serious. Having one's physical body destroyed was not a small matter. If it were anyone else, they would have already died. Only Yang Kai, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, was in a relatively good situation. The flesh incarnation fruit. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes. "I need to find someone to help me refine the flesh incarnation pill." Mu Zhu said, "That thing takes 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years to mature. It hasn't been long since the last fruit was plucked. You have to wait at least 3,000 years. Chapter 38:16. Is there a way to shorten it to a long time? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he had guessed that this would happen, he still felt a headache coming on when Mu Zhu said it. "I'll try." After Mu Lu said this, she turned around and flew into the depths of the medicine garden. From the looks of it, she didn't want to waste a single moment and would definitely try her best to shorten the growth period of the flesh incarnation fruit. Mu Zhu glanced back and smiled bitterly. "Even if we try our best, we can only shorten the time by half at most. Then that's 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth. How long was that? The flowing time, great emperor. Even though waiting for 1,500 years wasn't much for his current cultivation, he had only lived for a little over 100 years, not even 200 years. In comparison, 1,500 years was quite terrifying. Who did you meet? A demon saint. Mu Zhu was quite curious about who had killed Yang Kai. He's even stronger than a demon saint. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was the great demon god, and the demon race in the entire demon territory was born because of him. With a single order, the demon saint would involuntarily obey, and some would even be devoured by him without any regard for their own safety. Mu Zhu exclaimed, "There's actually such a person in this world." Yang Kai then replied, "That's right, he's lived for who knows how many years. His situation is quite similar to mine. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul survived. However, that guy didn't have the soul-warming lotus, so how could a mere soul survive for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that his soul is so strong that it can't be destroyed?" Hiss. Tens of thousands of years. Mu Zhu was even more shocked. The soul was a very mysterious thing. Any sentient being would have a soul, but the soul was also very fragile. No matter how strong one was, without the protection of a physical body, once their soul was exposed, it wouldn't take long for their soul to dissipate. Even someone as strong as Qian Yang would first need to reconstruct his physical body if he wanted to leave the divine ascension mirror. Mu Zhu found it hard to imagine how a person without a body could survive for tens of thousands of years just by relying on his soul. Moreover, that person was even more powerful than the demon saint. What kind of existence was he? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw Yang Kai's eyes burst with light, a thoughtful look on his face, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. Mu Zhu listened carefully and heard Yang Kai talking to himself. Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. The light in Yang Kai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed out loud. "How could I have forgotten about it? What is Master referring to?" Mu Zhu was puzzled. She didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking of that made him so happy. Yang Kai looked at Mu Zhu with shining eyes and said solemnly, "Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible, didn't you think of something?" Mu Zhu seemed to have grasped something, but before she could react, Yang Kai's soul avatar floated to the side and soon arrived in front of a small tree as tall as a person, staring at it with a burning gaze. Strangely, there wasn't a single leaf on this small tree. It was so bare that it seemed like it could die at any moment, but on the contrary, this small tree was full of vitality. It could be said that the vitality of all the plants in the entire medicine garden combined couldn't compare to even a tiny bit of this small tree's vitality. "The immortal tree!" Mu Zhu cried out, instantly understanding why Yang Kai was so excited just now. According to legend, as long as one refined the immortal tree, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. At that time, they would live as long as the heavens and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. The wood spirit race was a race that had dealt with all kinds of spiritual flowers and plants since ancient times, so they were naturally no stranger to the legend of the immortal tree. However, it was only a legend after all, and no one knew whether it was true or not. It could even be said that before meeting Yang Kai, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu had even doubted whether there was such a thing as the immortal tree in this world. "You want to refine it?" Mu Zhu looked at Yang Kai. "Of course," Yang Kai nodded. "Besides this, is there any other way?" The flesh incarnation fruit was a way out, but it would take at least 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't afford to wait that long. "But didn't you try it before?" Mu Zhu frowned. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I did try it before, but never in this state. Perhaps this time, there will be an unexpected surprise. Then you must be careful." Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Since he had found another way out, what was there to hesitate about? At worst, he would fail, but it was better than waiting around. His soul avatar turned into a pure mass of divine sense and slowly wrapped around the immortal tree. Soon, the entire immortal tree was wrapped in his soul. The immortal tree was obtained from a strange sealed world in the territory of the lower star field. Yang Kai still remembered that in that sealed world, there was a 7-colored divine bird peacock guarding it. The 7-colored divine bird's body emitted an invincible 7-colored divine light, At that time, Yang Kai only felt that the divine bird peacock was incomparably powerful, but now that he had ascended to the position of the great emperors, even with the eyes of the great emperors, he still felt that the divine bird peacock was invincible. That was definitely not a divine bird that should exist in the territory of the lower starfield, but Yang Kai didn't know why it had appeared in that place. After obtaining the immortal tree, Yang Kai had tried many times to refine it, but to no avail. The leaves of the immortal tree had allowed him to save many lives, but the price he had to pay was that the entire immortal tree had become barren, without a single leaf. It was precisely because of his repeated attempts to refine the leaves that Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to the immortal tree and even threw the legend to the back of his mind. If his body hadn't been destroyed this time and he had fallen into a desperate situation, he likely wouldn't have thought of this matter. The body was not only a protection for the soul, but also a kind of restraint. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai discarded all distracting thoughts. Losing his body was a great loss, but it also allowed him to view problems from a new perspective. All things in the world were formless, like the moon in the well, like flowers in the water. The heavenly Tao was impermanent, the heavenly Tao was constant, neither created nor destroyed, neither pure nor impure. There was great terror between life and death, but only by placing oneself in a dead end could one be born. Immersing himself in it, Yang Kai gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. In the medicine garden, Mu Zhu watched in amazement. Under her gaze, Yang Kai's soul wrapped around the immortal tree, the power of his soul fusing into the small tree without any resistance, quickly disappearing without a trace. It looked as if the immortal tree had swallowed Yang Kai's soul. Mu Zhu turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Master, Master, how could there be any response?" In her perception, she couldn't even sense Yang Kai's aura. Mu Zhu really panicked this time. If Yang Kai's body was destroyed, there was at least some hope of rebuilding it, but if even his soul was gone, his soul would truly scatter. She never imagined that refining the immortal tree this time would turn out like this. If she had known earlier, she would have stopped Yang Kai no matter what. The shouts alarmed Mu Zhu in the depths of the medicine garden. Her small figure rushed over, and after asking about the situation, she was also stunned. After a long time, the two sisters looked at each other, hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Mu Lu said, "Master is gone, what should we do now?" Mu Zhu was also crying, and while crying, she comforted, "Don't panic, there should be an accident. It's impossible for him to disappear for no reason." Mu Lu said, "Then we have to find a way to save him quickly." "Yes, think of a way, think of a way." Mu Zhu nodded repeatedly. The two sisters looked at each other, their little heads spinning rapidly. After a long time, Mu Zhu said, "I can't think of a way." The two little ones hugged each other and cried bitterly again. Only when they were tired from crying did they gradually stop. Mu Zhu wiped her red and swollen eyes and said, "If only the patriarch was here, she should know what to do." Mu Lu said sadly, "But Master is not here, and we can't leave here. How can we find the patriarch?" The small sealed world was a world of its own, and only Yang Kai and his embodiment could open this world. Although the two of them had stayed here for many years, they didn't have the ability to open it. Then we can only work hard and cultivate. Only when we are strong can we tear open this world and escape from here. When the time comes, we can go find the patriarch. Just as she was talking, Mu Lu suddenly reached out and pulled her. Mu Zhu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Elder sister Mu Zhu, look." Mu Lu pointed in the direction of the immortal tree. Mu Zhu looked over and couldn't help but be surprised because the branches of the immortal tree were gently swaying as if someone was stretching. This scene made people click their tongue in wonder. Mu Zhu's eyes lit up. Master is fine. There was no wind in the medicine garden at all, and the immortal tree had never moved for so many years. At this time, the branches were dancing. Obviously, it had something to do with Yang Kai's soul merging with it. And under the attention of the two little wood spirits, the bare branches danced more and more violently, as if they were throwing a tantrum, the air crackling. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in the minds of the two. "Hey, how did I become a tree? What the hell is going on?" This voice was Yang Kai's. "Master." Mu Zhu's eyes widened as she looked at the immortal tree in front of her in disbelief. "That's right, it's me. The immortal tree replied while its branches danced, its voice full of depression. There was no way it wouldn't be depressed. After Yang Kai's soul merged with the immortal tree, he suddenly felt a kind of restriction, which then led to this scene. Although he wanted to refine the immortal tree and obtain an immortal and indestructible body, he never thought that he would succeed in this way. After transforming into the immortal tree, he was indeed immortal and indestructible, but what could he do with this body? If he encountered danger, would he use the branches to whip people? Not to mention, this small tree didn't even have a single leaf. Yang Kai always felt like he was naked. The feeling of being naked was very uncomfortable. Looking at the funny scene in front of her, even though she knew that this was not the time to laugh, Mu still couldn't help but laugh. Mu Lu flew over and circled around the immortal tree. Master, are you okay? Do you really think I'm fine? Yang Kai asked angrily. Chapter 38:17. Mu Lu's head shrank back upon hearing this. Although they were wood spirits and were innately close to plants and trees, if they really were to become a little flower or a little tree, they would still be unable to accept it, let alone a living person like Yang Kai. Mu comforted him. Master, don't panic. Now that you have refined the immortal tree and used it as your body, as long as you cultivate diligently, you might be able to take human form in the future. Master should also know about the saying of plants becoming spirits. In this world, there are many flowers and plants that have been cultivated by the great emperor over the long flowing time period to take human form. Moreover, the immortal tree is a treasure of heaven and earth, so it might be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps when Master takes human form one day, not only will you recover your strength, but you will also be able to advance. That's reasonable. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he could only move the branches of the immortal tree. But you should know that cultivating the plant Tao is much more difficult than cultivating the physical body. No matter how hard I try, if I want to take human form, it will take me at least 1,000 years. Mu was speechless. Just as she was about to speak again, Yang Kai raised the branch and stopped her. There's no need to say any more comforting words. I'll first think of a way to come out. Saying this, the immortal tree fell silent again. The two wood spirits anxiously watched from the side. Not long after, the aura of Yang Kai's divine sense came from the immortal tree. Immediately after, a visible divine sense flew out from the immortal tree and transformed back into Yang Kai's appearance. However, at this moment, Yang Kai still had some lingering fear on his face, as if he was thinking about something. This time, refining and getting rid of the immortal tree had been unexpectedly easy, as if he hadn't encountered any obstacles at all. Unlike before, when he had tried several times without success, he had even thought that the legend was fake. The biggest difference between now and before was that he didn't have a physical body. In other words, if he wanted to refine the immortal tree, he really needed to break it down and rebuild it. Only by completely breaking away from the shackles of a physical body could he truly refine the immortal tree. Before, he had his own body, so he didn't have the qualifications to refine it. With this thought, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, even if someone other than him obtained the immortal tree, who would give up their own body to refine it? It was a coincidence that his physical body had been smashed into smithereens, and he had no other choice but to give it a try. In the end, he succeeded easily. If that's the case. Yang Kai frowned and fell into deep thought. His eyes gradually brightened. At a certain moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, I'm going out for a while. Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his divine sense and plunged into the immortal tree before disappearing. A moment later, the immortal tree shook its branches and broke out of the medicine garden, its bare branches twisting as it shot out of the sealed world bead. Inside the void, where the soul-warming lotus was, a small tree the height of a person appeared out of thin air. This was the first time the two supreme treasures of heaven and earth had met in such a way. The soul-warming lotus had always been in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so he had never had such an opportunity before. Stretching out a branch and wrapping the soul-warming lotus, the seven-colored light enveloping the entire tree and protecting Yang Kai's soul from being affected by the power of the void. The small tree exuded a surging vitality as it shuttled back and forth through the void. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be attracted by the vitality of the immortal tree. Pieces of flesh and limbs flew over from all directions, completely wrapping around the immortal tree in a short while. Looking over, the immortal tree quickly disappeared, and what was shuttling back and forth in the void was a huge ball of flesh. This meatball was composed of countless pieces of flesh and looked extremely strange, but from the inside of this meatball, a life aura was slowly being born. Young Kai was ecstatic. He had never thought that his sudden inspiration would really work. As time passed, the meatball grew larger and larger, gradually turning into a behemoth several dozen meters in diameter. From the inside of the body, heavy and slow thumping sounds came out rhythmically. As the sound rose and fell, the entire ball of flesh slowly expanded and shrank. Finally, all the broken pieces of flesh and blood gathered together and the meatball floated quietly, the thumping sounds filling the air. From time to time, the surface of the meatball would bulge up, as if something was about to break out of it. Young Kai, who was inside the meatball, felt his whole body overflowing with vitality. The richness of this vitality was simply unprecedented. The immortal tree, which was as tall as a person, seemed to be dissolving, turning into pure vitality that merged with the pieces of flesh. The flesh and blood wriggled and the broken limbs reassembled. Young Kai soon felt that he had a head, then hands, a body, and 2 legs. In less than half a day, Young Kai once again felt his own existence. This was not an existence on the level of his soul, but a true resurrection. A feeling of rebirth lingered in his heart, giving him an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Raising his arms, with a loud bang, the huge meatball burst apart, revealing his strong and heroic figure. Closing his eyes and examining himself, Young Kai found that there were no hidden dangers in his body, and every part of his body was in an unprecedented state. Not only had his body been reconstructed, but even the injuries he had suffered during the battle with Great Demon God had disappeared. Moreover, the vitality in his body was so rich that he found it hard to believe. He had the source of the dragon race, so his vitality was much more exuberant than others, but compared to his current self, the difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. The immortal tree had disappeared without a trace, fusing into every inch of his flesh and blood. With a light clench of his fist, it seemed as if it could even shatter the void. Opening his eyes, Young Kai examined himself. Perhaps it was because he had been resurrected once, but now he was like a newborn baby. Every inch of his skin was white and translucent, and even his original white hair had disappeared, leaving behind only a head of black hair that draped over his shoulders like a waterfall. The white hair was the result of his battle with the Wind Monarch in the Flowing Time Temple, where he had been eroded by the principles of time and had lost a great deal of his lifespan. This was a fundamental damage that even Young Kai, who had become the great emperors, could not restore, but this time it had actually disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. His white hair turning black meant that he had regained his lost lifespan. But on second thought, according to the legends, refining the immortal tree would allow one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body, so did lifespan mean anything to him? Whether he could become immortal or not, Young Kai was not sure, but refining the immortal tree this time had definitely greatly increased his lifespan, otherwise, such a change would not have occurred. Opening his mouth, Young Kai smiled silently and said, "Don't worry, I'm alive again." Inside the small sealed world, inside the medicine garden, the 2 little wood spirits were waiting nervously, and when these words came out, a scene of Young Kai standing in the void immediately appeared in front of them. The 2 little ones' eyes widened at once, and in the next moment, Muju raised her hand and covered Mulu's eyes, blushing as she said, "Clothes, clothes." Young Kai patted his head and hurriedly cut off the connection with the small sealed world. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. After thinking for a while, he put on a snow-white windbreaker with a high collar that almost covered the back of his neck, and a huge kill character was embroidered on the back, giving off a murderous aura. This was something that Shan Qing Luo and the others asked Hu Yu to refine when the Jizi army was first established. The materials used were all extremely precious, so it could be considered a good artifact. It had a certain degree of defensive ability, and it could be used in conjunction with Young Kai's dragon transformation secret technique, allowing him to expand or shrink at will. The original intention was for Yang Kai to resonate with the kill character banner when he commanded the GZ army to fight against the enemy, increasing his power and prestige. Yang Kai thought that it was too flashy, so he never wore it. But now, it came in handy. As a newcomer, he had to have a decent style. His divine sense surged and spread out, and soon, Yang Kai felt an aura that was connected to his mind. Reaching out, he shouted, "Spear, come." With a buzzing sound, a stream of light broke through the air and was caught by Yang Kai. It was the black dragon spear that he had lost when his body exploded. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's aura suddenly became fierce. Looking forward, it was as if he could see through the barrier of space and into the war-torn world. "Let's fight the second match, Mo wins." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and disappeared. Star Boundary, inside the High Heaven Palace, Shanqing Luo looked at Su Yang with red and swollen eyes. "Big sister, are you sure our husband is not dead?" Su Yang's eyes were also red, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Hearing this, she said firmly, "I'm sure." Shui Yu said, "Big sister, don't lie to us. Su Yang wiped her face and said, "He is now one of the great emperors." If he had really fallen, there would have been a strange phenomenon. But from half a day ago until now, there hasn't been any strange phenomenon, so he is not dead. Have you all forgotten the situation when Kenyi was killed? Hearing her say this, the women's spirits were roused. That was indeed the case. When Kenyi was killed, there was indeed a slight anomaly in heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire star realm, no matter how strong they were, knew in that instant that the great emperor had fallen. It seemed that Yang Kai was really fine. Otherwise, it was impossible for this world to not have any reaction. But that was a crack in space. If it was blocked by the barrier of heaven and earth, Su Yang said, "Don't forget, there was still the great emperor's Mingyu." The girls were startled, and they all showed a look of realization. The great emperor's Ming-Yu had fallen in the demon territory. Even his fallen star boundary had a strange phenomenon. If something had really happened to Yang Kai, there would have been some signs even in the crack in space. But until now, there was no strange phenomenon in the world. This undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai was still alive, but for some reason, he had not returned. If the others had not returned, they might have been worried, but Yang Kai was a void great emperor who had reached the peak of the great emperor realm through the use of space principles. No matter how dangerous that void crevice was, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Yang Kai's failure to return was probably because he was in the middle of healing. After all, he had brought his severed hand into the void crevice and had definitely been injured. But Su Yang looked at the battle in the distance with some worry. She secretly prayed that he would come back quickly. If he did not, the star boundary would not be able to hold on. Chapter 38:18. The world buzzed as one figure after another was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept across the world. Even the false emperors could not easily approach. Li Wu Yi had tried to lend a hand several times, but he was forced to retreat by the terrifying energy. Even he, the strongest person below the great emperors, could not participate in this battle, let alone the other false emperors. Moreover, there were still many half-saint experts eyeing the demon race covetously, so they needed to be on guard. The battle situation was not optimistic. Although the great demon god's right hand had been cut off, which had caused him great damage and was equivalent to pulling out one of his canine teeth, the great emperors had also paid a huge price for this. Everyone's aura was unstable at this moment, and Wukong was in the best situation. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was worthy of being called the #1 evil cultivation technique since ancient times. It could devour the enemy's power and transform it for its own use. Its ability to continue fighting was obvious to all. During the battle of the great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, if it were not for the battle technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong would not have been able to contend against the combined forces of the other 9 great emperors. At that time, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors by himself. Although the current great demon god was powerful and had single-handedly beaten the experts of the star boundary into a sorry state, no one had died yet. Apart from the missing great emperors of the void, everyone else was still alive. From this point of view, Wukong at his peak was not necessarily inferior to the current great demon god. The great emperors had survived the battle of the Shattered Star Sea, but today's situation was difficult. After all, the great demon god's realm had surpassed that of the great emperors. This was a gap that could not be closed. Countless dragon scales fell off from the bodies of the two dragon elders. Huge wounds were left on their bodies, and blood was dripping down from their wounds. Thousands of kilograms of dragon blood smashed into the ground, creating huge, deep pits. The Iron Blood Great Emperor behind Zhong Wu Hen was dim and lifeless. His qi and blood were extremely weak. The Ice Feather Sword was broken, and Flowery Shadow's chest was pierced through. Demonic qi was growing, and Wondrous Dan was gasping for breath, coughing up blood. Heaven's Revelations' hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. Martial Beast's fists were shaking uncontrollably, and all 10 of his fingers were broken. Tai Yu was still around. However, after disintegrating once, Tai Yu was only half of his original size. Furthermore, his aura was much weaker than when he was at his peak. It seemed that his strength had been greatly reduced due to the previous disintegration. Zhong Ruoxi, a descendant of Tian Xing, was also covered in blood, but her eyes were blazing with anger, and her murderous intent almost burned through the world. What a tragic battle this was! The universe was wailing, and the world was trembling. The entire star boundary was showing faint signs of disintegration. Huge void cracks covered the entire world, and the world principles were in chaos. It seemed that the world could collapse at any moment. The great emperors couldn't hold on, so how could the world withstand it? The world had already been eroded by the demon intent and had lost all of its vitality. After the great battle, the world force was constantly being mobilized, and the energy of the world was almost exhausted. The great demon god seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and in the most serious places, large chunks of flesh were missing, revealing the white bones inside. Facing the fierce counterattack of the great emperors, no matter how strong the great demon god was, he had to pay a huge price. In the end, it's still this king. What's the point of your dying struggles? The great demon god sneered as he gasped for breath. No one responded, which made him look like a clown jumping up and down. The great demon god coldly snorted and raised his giant palm. Let's end this. Although you have done your best, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for with effort. The giant palm slammed down, blocking the light in front of everyone. At this moment, the aura of death enveloped everyone, causing them to shiver all over. Zhong Wu Hen suddenly raised his head and looked up at the void. The great demon god also hurriedly looked back. From the dark void, a cold light bloomed, and a spear shot out like a dragon. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. I'm back. The great demon god's eyes shrank as he cried out involuntarily, "How could you not be dead?" No one knew better than him how powerful the explosion of the broken palm was. It was impossible for a mere young Kai to come out unscathed. Even if he was proficient in space principles, there was no way he could escape from the damage of the broken palm's explosion. The best result would have been for him to be crushed to pieces. But now, this young man who had jumped out from the void did not seem injured at all, and even his previous injuries had been completely healed. His aura was even stronger than before, and the power of this spear actually caused the great demon god to feel a sense of crisis. It was as if he did not block this attack, something extremely bad would happen. The wind howled and his white windbreaker flapped wildly. Yang Kai was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, causing the eyes of all the great emperors to light up. The great demon god hurriedly withdrew his giant palm and grabbed at Yang Kai. In the next moment, an angry roar came from the great demon god's mouth as his giant palm was pierced through by a violent strength. Yang Kai was wrapped in a thick murderous intent, causing blood to spurt out from his body, but he was completely untainted as he leapt above the great demon god's head, gripped the end of his spear, and then smashed it down. With a loud bang, the fierce attack of an ant actually caused the several hundred jong tall great demon god's body to bend, causing him to almost kneel on the ground. This spear strike caused the great demon god to be somewhat dazed, and his giant body swayed as if he was drunk. How could the great emperors miss such a good opportunity? A dragon roar sounded as the two great elders of the dragon race attacked together. Zhong Wu Hen and the others rushed in from all directions, releasing the last of their strength. Hong hong hong. The great demon god's body swayed left and right from the impact. His old injuries had yet to heal, but new wounds were added to them. Blood splattered everywhere, and he unconsciously let out a miserable howl. In just a short 3 breaths, the great demon god had already recovered. His body shook, and a violent demonic chi swept out, blowing everyone away. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Hua Ying and Bing Yu fainted, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Tai Yu's giant body once again disintegrated, and a small figure came out from it, plunging into the ground and disappearing. Li Wuyi's figure flickered, and he quickly rushed to the place where the great emperors had fallen, saving them one by one. Only Yang Kai was left. He shook the black dragon spear, and spear shadows filled the sky, enveloping the great demon god. Blood splattered everywhere, and every spear strike caused holes to appear on the great demon god's body. "I want you dead," the great demon god roared, and he stretched out his hand to grab the small figure in front of him. "You want to talk me to death with your mouth?" Yang Kai sneered, and he didn't even try to dodge the giant hand that was coming at him. Instead, he shouted, "Dragon transformation." Amidst crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swayed behind him. A supreme dragon might spread out. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Yang Kai's aura soared, but he was stunned for a moment. Because he found that there was something wrong with his vision. Compared to the previous dragon transformation, his field of vision seemed to be much higher. With a thought, he understood what was going on. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, he had actually grown taller again. And this time, it was a sharp increase. His originally 1,000 zhong long body had now become 2,000 zhong long, more than twice his original height. Such a huge change made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Refining the immortal tree actually gave him such a benefit. The foundation of the dragon transformation secret technique was to develop the dragon race's source strength in one's body. The more source strength one developed, the larger one's body would become after dragon transformation. Previously, comprehending the true meaning of martial Dao in the ancient battlefield had allowed the dragon race source strength to advance, and after several decades of bitter cultivation, he had grown to 1,000 zhong long body. But this time, after shattering his body, breaking his bones and re-establishing himself, and refining the immortal tree, he had also stimulated the dragon race source strength to a great extent. If not for this, how could he have a 2,000 zhong long half-dragon body? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the blue dragon spear pierced through the great demon god's body and came out. At the same time, the great demon god's palm slammed into Yang Kai's head. An irresistible force passed through Yang Kai's body, causing him to feel as if his head was about to explode. He quickly reacted and confirmed that this wasn't just a feeling, but rather that half of his head had really been shattered. The great demon god grinned, "You overestimate yourself." If Yang Kai hadn't clashed head-on with him, he might have needed to expend a lot of effort to kill him in his current state, but in such a situation, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, the gap between their realms was impossible to make up for. Although Yang Kai didn't know how Yang Kai had managed to avoid such a calamity before, now that half of his head had been shattered, it was impossible for him to recover. Lock. Yang Kai also grinned, his smile particularly gloomy with only half of his head remaining. Using the world's will to control the blue dragon spear, Yang Kai gripped the shaft of the spear with both hands and fiercely thrust it forward, nailing the great demon god to the ground. Yang Kai raised his head and glared fiercely, "Let's see where you can run now." Using the world's will to bind the blue dragon spear, the great demon god wouldn't be able to escape unless he destroyed the entire star boundary. "You!" The great demon god's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. With all his experience, even after roaming the world for so many years, He had never seen anyone who could still be alive after half of their head was shattered. Immediately, his expression changed greatly. This vitality, from the wound on Yang Kai's head, he actually felt an unimaginable vitality, one that even he couldn't help but stir. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's wound squirmed and quickly recovered. The great demon god's eyes widened even further. Many of the great emperors who were watching this scene were also shocked. Flesh and bone, the living dead. Su Yang's face went pale, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. The immortal tree. Only the heavens knew how desperate she felt when she saw Yang Kai's head being shattered, but now that she understood that Yang Kai had refined the immortal tree, she finally felt a great weight fall from her heart. The immortal tree. You actually refined the immortal tree. The great demon god also finally reacted. Everything he had just witnessed indicated that this guy who had ruined his plans had refined the legendary supreme treasure of heaven and earth, causing him to feel extremely jealous. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.